Marco Lippi Value and Naturalism in Marx. Contents. Preface to the English edition 7. Preface XL. Introduction XLLL. I Productive Labor and Pure Circulation Costs 1. Marx, Value and Commercial Capital 1-2. Marx and the Classical Economists 7-3. Pure Costs of Circulation 8-4. Socially Necessary Labor and Market Value 11-5. Variations in Market Value, Agriculture and Mining 15-6. Socially Necessary Labor and Market Value 17. 2. The Law of Nature 1. Labor as Positive Activity 22. Abstract Labor 26-3. The Fixity of Natural Law 29-4. The Law of Nature and the Marxist Tradition 33. 3. Real Cost and Exchange Value 1. Marx and the Origin of Profit 38-2. Marx, Ricardo, and Prices of Production 41-3. Prices as Absolutes, the Conservation of Energy 44-4. Marx on the Determination of the Rate of Profit 53-5. The Determination of the Rate of Profit by a System of Simultaneous Equations 56-6. Price Formation and Commercial Capital 67. The Impassio of Marx's Project 62 Appendices further on Marx's formula or the rate 0/pro/ at 63 the idea 0/an iterative process 67 production prices and organic composition 69. 6-4. Marx and Prices of Production, the subsequent debate 1. Solutions of the Transformation Problem 74-2. Ricardo, Sraffa, and Real Costs 79-3. Profit and Surplus Labor 87-4. The Value of Labor Power and Equal Exchange 96-5. The Response to Sraffa, 2 Orthodoxies 101 Appendix further on Profit and Surplus Labor 106. V Capital without the Labor Theory of Value 1. Marx's Naturalism 2. The Movement of Capitalism 3. Commodity Fetishism 4. The Anarchy of Commodity Production 5. Teleology in Historical Materialism. Postscript. Index. Preface to the English edition. In his Theories of Value and Distribution since Adam Smith, Maurice Dobb gives a short account of attempts to solve the so-called transformation problem, and classifies Sraffa's determination of prices and the rate of profit as a generalization of Bortkewicz's traditional solution. Such an approach, in my opinion, loses sight of the real significance of Sraffa's work for Marx's theory of value, prices, and the rate of profit. Implicit in Sraffa's work is the proposition that prices and the rate of profit can be determined without ever considering values. The problem of transforming values into prices therefore no longer exists, at least in the way in which it was posed by Marx, as the necessity of determining prices through values. It is of some importance to understand the reason for this sort of defensive attitude towards Marx's theory of value. Why this evident attempt at reconciliation, especially on the part of an authority like Dobb, who stands poles apart from those Marxists whom Ian Steedman quite correctly termed the obscurants in his Marx after Sraffa. In other words, we must try to understand why Marxists have found it so difficult to come to terms with and fully develop results such as Sraffa's. Why has such great energy been expended defending Marx's theory as a body of thought in which no single element can be lost without jeopardizing the entire structure, when such an attitude has made it impossible to embark upon a positive reconstruction of economic theory based on Marx's premises? The problem is not that Marxist tradition has strayed from the true meaning of Marx's thought. On the contrary, I would argue that Marx himself bears full responsibility for the tenacity with which orthodox Marxists have defended his use of the labor theory of value. As I shall try to show in this book, the labor theory of value actually has a far wider significance than that of a simple analytical tool whose sole purpose is to determine prices and the rate of profit. For Marx, the identity of value and embodied labor follows from a general principle that transcends capitalist production. Marx's theory of value and prices then appears as an attempt to reduce this general principle to its application under a particular historical form of production. The task of science, Marx commented in his well-known letter to Kugelmann, is to explain how this general principle operates in the determination of exchange values. This notion that the task of science requires that the characteristics of capitalism be explained on the basis of the labor theory of value became part of Marxist tradition with the work of Hilferding and has been consciously incorporated into some of the most significant work of Marxist economic theory, such as Paul Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development and Dobbs' Political Economy and Capitalism. It may also be found, although with less conscious intent, in the great majority of subsequent work on the transformation problem, in the attacks of the obscurants on Sraffa, and in the call for greater depth of economic analysis in the context of the labor theory of value, even when such analysis, when not actually incorrect, amounts to an approach in which that theory no longer figures at all. My purpose is to trace the whole question back to its origins. I examine how Marx came to identify value and labor, and how, as a result of this identification, strictly analytical objectives were interwoven with a mass of pre-analytical observations about production in general. The exposition of these observations, which seem to me a naturalistic element in Marx's reasoning about value, may perhaps encourage Marxists to assume a more critical attitude towards Marx himself. By this I mean that the Preface to the English edition 9 Theory of Capitalism expounded in Capital can be separated from its formulation in THIRD of the labor theory of value. I have tried to show that this is possible and that the adoption of a correct theory of prices and the rate of profit need not in itself invalidate Marx's propositions about exploitation, commodity fetishism, capitalist accumulation, and capitalist crisis, the truth or falsity of which does not depend on the labor theory of value. In this English edition I have corrected a few errors in the Italian edition and have added a postscript, taken from my contribution to a conference on Marx held in February 1978 at the University of Modena. I hope that this postscript may help to clarify some aspects of the second chapter. Modena, March 1979. Preface. The argumentation through which the principal thesis of this book is demonstrated consists in tracing a single idea that crops up in many places throughout Marx's work. This procedure requires detailed analysis of particular points that are often widely separated from one another, which entails the danger that the reader may lose the thread of the argument. Hence the rather elaborate introduction. The book itself assumes familiarity both with the problems related to the formulation of the theory of prices by Marx and the classical economists and with recent controversy surrounding Sraffa and the consequences for Marx's theory of value of the conclusions presented in Pierrot Sraffa's production OJ Commodities by means OJ Commodities. It should also be noted that my use of simple examples instead of more complex treatment, as in Chapter 3 in the discussion of the idea that guided Marx in his determination of prices of production, was not inspired by any desire to approach these problems in an oversimplified manner. Rather it is my conviction that such problems can now be discussed without recourse to mathematical procedures out of all proportion to the objective. Indeed, these frequently succeed only in confusing the issue. I am indebted to many people for criticisms, suggestions, and help of all kinds: Giovanni Cissati, Andrea Giovane, Adriana Lippi, Maria Cristina Marcuzzo, Bruno Maicani, Umberto Mosco, Valentina Ottolini, Gianfranco Palla, Paola Podestio, Giorgio Rodino, Salvatore Vica, and all my friends of the Facoltà di Economia e Commercio at Modena University. This work originated during a period of close collaboration with Bruna Ingrao, to whom my warmest thanks are due. Modena, June 1976. Introduction. The first volume of Capital opens with the problem of exchange value. When commodities are exchanged, Marx argues, certain quantities of different use values are posited as equal. This implies, he continues, that the different commodities have some common element that is reflected in this equality. This common element, he writes, cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemic, or other natural property of commodities. Such properties come into consideration only to the extent that they make the commodities useful, i.e. turn them into use values. Point 1. Once the use values of commodities are excluded, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. Point 2. Human labor is therefore the substance of value, and the quantities of labor required to produce the various commodities determine the magnitude of their values. This deduction is highly problematic, whether considered in isolation or in the light of the further development of the theory of value in the 3 volumes of Capital. Let us first consider this second point, the relationship between the quantitative determination of value as embodied labor and the empirical manifestation of exchange, which seems to have been Marx's point of departure. We know for certain that Marx does not maintain that commodities are actually exchanged according to the quantities of labor embodied in them, as may be seen, to give but one example, from an explicit statement to the contrary, again in the first volume of Capital, in note 24 of chapter 5. Here Marx distinguishes between average price and market price. The former, which is the point 14 around which the latter fluctuates, is determined by value, but only in the final analysis. Average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities, as Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others believe. Point 3. Here Marx is anticipating the problem of the difference between value and price of production, which is dealt with in the 3rd volume of Capital, where he criticizes Smith and Ricardo for having directly determined actual exchange rates from quantities of embodied labor. For the concept of value arises from the problem of exchange, but is then related to it through a twofold mediation. First, values are directly linked to average prices and not to market prices. 5. Second, however, values govern average prices only in the final analysis and are not identical to them. Thus, starting from the problem of exchange, Marx deduces a concept and a magnitude of value that do not directly account for exchange. On the other hand, he never presents value as a secondary concept or mere definition, nor an analytical tool used merely as a provisional basis for the theoretical determination of observable magnitudes, prices of production, the rate of profit. Nor is value ever justified as a first approximation, as has sometimes been done in the tradition that claims allegiance to Marx. But this is not all. Marx refines and develops the concept of value so as to confirm and deepen its autonomy. The analysis of pure costs of circulation in Capital Volume 2 and the exclusion of these costs from value formation is developed independently of, indeed in direct contrast to, the formation of actual exchange values. In Marx's treatment of the value of agricultural products we find the same contrast between real costs and what appears in prices as a result of competition. The real price of production is the average necessary labor and not the false social value represented by the labor required on ground less fertile than average. In the course of this work we shall discuss at length these and other conspicuous signs of a theory of production in general in Marx's work. 6. We shall argue that it is here that the reasons why Marx identified magnitude of value with quantity of embodied labor must be sought. Indeed, in a well-known and frequently quoted passage from a letter to Kugelmann, Marx characterized the concept of value as a law of nature and defined the task of science as the investigation of the /orms in which the law operates. 7. The development of the thesis of the identity of value and labor, together with this explicit formulation of it, will form the basis of our attempt to reconstruct the foundation of Marx's theory of value. This reconstruction may be summarized as follows. The measurement of products by the quantity of labor necessary to produce them and the distribution of social labor among the various activities required to meet various needs are general characteristics of human social life. Labor, as a measure of difficulties that must be overcome, as real social cost. 8. Is the immanent measure of the product, whatever the historical mode of production. Marx develops this principle of real cost as a framework for the reconstruction on the basis of labor of every phenomenon related to commodities and exchange value. Value is merely the form assumed by real cost when the objects in question are commodities, products to be exchanged. The magnitude of value is precisely the real cost, hence Marx's very sharp distinction between circulation costs and production costs in the strict sense, hence also his approach to the value of agricultural products. Values are such costs inasmuch as they have become entities estranged from the producers, they are privately executed labor which appears to the producers as an objective quality of things. This second aspect of value is developed in the notion of abstract labor, and in the theory of fetishism. But let us come to the crucial point in Marx's investigation. What is the connection between value and actual exchange value? The basis of the exchange of commodities is the quantity of labor expended in their production. Actual exchange values do not reflect such magnitudes directly, since the picture is complicated by the need for uniform distribution of profit among capitalists, by rent and by faux frays. But that which can be shared out in the various forms of income, together with that which reconstitutes used-up means of production, is measured exactly by the labor expended in production and embodied in the total product. Prices merely redistribute surplus value among industrial capitalists, merchants, and landowners. 9. We shall see that Marx's theory of the determination of prices, which is not confined to the well-known pages on the transformation problem in Part 2 of Capital Volume 3, since it is also involved in the discussion of commercial capital and rent, is ever dominated by this premise. For Marx, the conservation of total quantities of value and surplus value is the way the law of nature asserts itself under commodity production. Behind the facade of prices, Marx held, labor is the only real cost. Even more important, profit is nothing but the superficial manifestation of surplus value, and therefore of surplus labor. In other words, the aim of Marx's approach is to reduce to embodied labor various magnitudes that are generally not proportional to quantities of embodied labor. This reduction cannot be arbitrary, but must be consistent with the distinction between the production of value and surplus value and a subsequent redistribution of surplus value among capitalists and between capitalists and landowners. 10. But there is only one legitimate way to make this distinction between the production and distribution of value and surplus value. It must be argued that prices can be derived from values by means of the transfer from some commodities to others of part of the labor expended in total production. The conservation of the total quantities of labor expended, far from being an expedient of minor importance, occupies a central role in Marx's theoretical construction. In Chapter 5 of The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith makes a distinction between labor as the real price of everything, that which everything costs for him who needs to obtain it for himself, and the nominal price, the price in money terms, of commodities. He starts with a general definition of wealth and a hypothetical comparison between the production of commodities, which Smith does not distinguish from the division of labor, and a situation in which each person produces what he needs for himself. Smith writes, "Every man is rich or poor according to the degree in which he can afford to enjoy the necessaries, conveniences, and amusements of human life. But after the division of labor has once thoroughly taken place, it is but a very small part of these with which a man's own labor can supply him. The real valuation of things as exchange values arises from this comparison. The real price of everything is the toil and trouble of acquiring it. Whoever owns a commodity will, when exchanging it, value it in terms of the toil and trouble which it can save to himself, and which it can impose upon other people. Thus the money or goods that we exchange for other goods contain the value of an equal quantity. To this measure of the difficulties encountered in production, at all times and places that is dear which it is difficult to come at, or which it costs much labor to acquire, and that cheap which is to be had easily or with very little labor. 12. Determines exchange value until capital has been accumulated and land appropriated. 13. When commodities are produced under capitalism, prices are the outcome of the addition 14 of wages, profit, and rent. These components are determined, independent of one another, by the conjunction of the supply and demand for labor, capital, and land respectively. Variations of price correspond to quantitatively equivalent variations in wage levels, profits, and rents. In his On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, David Ricardo accepts Smith's assertion that labor is the real price and original source of exchange value. 15. On this basis he reveals the error of the theory that prices are determined by a process of addition. The division of the product between profits and wages does not in itself cause prices to change. Ricardo showed that under certain hypothetical conditions commodities would be exchanged in accordance with the quantities of embodied labor whatever the division of the product between profits and wages. Under these hypotheses, the central proposition of Ricardo's system could easily be proven: an increase in wages results in a fall in the rate of profit and not in an increase in prices. However, once he had admitted different proportions between fixed and circulating capital and different turnover times, that is, once these particular hypothetical conditions had been withdrawn, Ricardo encountered difficulties because of modifications, caused by these differences, of the principle that exchange value is regulated by quantities of embodied labor. 16 Ricardo never overcame these difficulties, and was therefore unable properly to prove his central proposition that the rate of profit varies with changes in wage levels. But he never abandoned the idea that labor was the real cost and principal cause of exchange value, the other factors merely producing modifications. Indeed, Ricardo himself came to develop a distinction between positive value and exchange value. I do not say that the labor expended on a commodity is a measure of its exchangeable value, but of its positive value. You say that if there were no exchange of commodities they could have no value, and I agree with you if you mean exchangeable value, but if I am obliged to devote 1 month's labor to make me a coat, and only 1 week's labor to make a hat, although I should never exchange either of them, the coat would be 4 times the value of the hat. 17 And again, in his last work, I may be asked what I mean by the word value, and by what criterion I would judge whether a commodity had or had not changed its value. I answer, I know no other criterion of a thing being dear or cheap but by the sacrifices of labor. Nothing that has value can be produced without it. 18 Marx reformulated all these themes in the following ways. In the first place, he distinguished between value and price more precisely and emphatically. He held that prices of production differed from values and criticized Ricardo for not having distinguished them with sufficient clarity. Second, Marx freed labor as real cost from the subjective element it had in Smith. 19 Third, Marx sharply demarcated labor from the faux phrase that originate from the commodity form as such. Furthermore, he counterposed the socio-historical characteristics of commodity-producing labor to those of labor in general. Value thus emerges as a mixed category. On the one hand, its magnitude is determined on the basis of the consideration of production in general. Independent of the historical context of such production, it has a natural social basis, like Smith's and Ricardo's principle of real price. On the other hand, it is the form such a magnitude assumes when the products of labor are commodities. Smith and Ricardo, Marx holds, understood the magnitude of value but never analyzed its form. 20. The first 3 chapters of this book are devoted to developing the themes we have touched on so far. The 4th chapter concerns the analysis of recent arguments about Marx's theory of value, which has been the subject of major developments since the beginning of the 1960s. 21 Great progress has undoubtedly been made. The relationship between amounts of embodied labor and prices of production has been completely clarified. At the same time, another line of research has uncovered the specific historical characteristics of abstract labor, which Marx held to constitute the substance of value. 22 But the central question seems to have been avoided. It is one thing to ask what exactly is this labor that Marx identifies with value and what is the relationship between magnitudes of embodied labor, prices of production, and profits. It is quite a different matter, and here analysis is lacking, to ask why Marx identified value with embodied labor and whether such an identification retains any meaning, apart from that of mere definition, in the light of the results achieved by the theory of prices of production. This is the central theme of this book. I shall try to show that Marx's theory of value is dominated in all its aspects by a naturalistic element that must be eliminated, since it leads to incorrect results. On the other hand, and this is another aim of the book, it will be shown that the central propositions of capital retain their meaning despite their formulation in terms of the labor theory of value and that their validity does not depend on the validity of that theory. Nevertheless, rejection of the labor theory of value does entail an important shift in viewpoint, which we shall attempt to define in our conclusions. Before the points outlined here are developed, however, one additional preliminary clarification is required, in order to minimize irritating repetition. We have said that Marx in no way claims that labor values represent actual exchange values. Our purpose in making this point was to emphasize the autonomous basis of Marx's concept of value. At the same time, however, Marx does also use value as the equivalent of actual exchange value. Values and market prices occupy antipodal ontological ranks in the structure of Marx's theory. They are linked by a chain of mediations, as follows. Market prices fluctuate around magnitudes which Marx calls average prices. The latter are the prices of production, which guarantee equal rates of profit in all industries. Prices of production, on the other hand, exist only as modified values and can therefore be ascertained only on the basis of values. Hence, in order to understand fluctuations of market prices, the scientific economist must retrace the whole chain that begins with value. It is important to stress this point. In Marx's theory, prices of production, while they are considerably more real than market prices, cannot even be conceived except as transformed values. Since production prices are only a manifestation of those ultimate exchange values determined by the ratio of quantities of embodied labor, the intervention of production prices is often disregarded and the relationships between quantities of embodied labor treated as though they were identical to average prices. An important example of this is the note to the 5th chapter of Capital Volume 1 cited above. What really interests Marx in this passage is the formal distinction between average price and market price as a means of eliminating XXII consideration of random profits and losses. He works with average price as though it were identical to value, and only at the end of the discussion does he note that in fact there is a difference between them, value regulating average price only in the final analysis. The same method is employed in Chapter 10 of Capital Volume 3, at the heart of the discussion of the transformation of values into prices of production. A lengthy analysis is devoted to the concept of market value, market price, and the fluctuations of supply and demand. Only at the end of the chapter does Marx state that everything concerning the market value applies with appropriate modifications to the price of production. 23 He then posits a market price of production alongside the concept of market value. There are two additional reasons why Marx used value instead of prices of production in dealing with actual exchange value. First, he considered the former a good substitute for the latter in dealing with variations caused by changes in methods of production. It is this that justifies the use of value throughout the portion of Volume 1 devoted to the study of the laws of motion of capitalist society. Second, because of the conservation of total quantities of embodied labor associated with the transformation of values into prices, the difference between values and prices has no effect on the study of aggregate magnitudes. 24. Productive labor and pure circulation costs. 1. Marx, Value and Commercial Capital. In Capital Volume 1, after describing the changes in the organization of labor in the factories associated with the transformation of capitalism up to the period of manufacture, Marx returns to the concept of productive labor, which he had introduced in Chapter 5 in connection with his analysis of the labor process. When this process becomes cooperative, Marx argues, important changes result. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions. 1. It is therefore to the collective laborer that one must refer in considering the labor embodied in a particular commodity. Under these conditions, unlike when the labor process is purely individual, 2. We must include in the calculation of embodied labor those workers who perform tasks not directly connected to the material transformation of the object of labor. The concept of productive labor is thus broadened beyond its earlier definition. At the same time, once the labor process is viewed no longer merely as a relationship between man and nature, but in the historical form it assumes under capitalism, the concept of productive labor also becomes narrower, for now in order to be a productive worker. It is no longer sufficient, simply to produce, it is necessary to produce surplus value. In other words, the only productive workers are those whose labor contributes towards the self-valorization of capital. 3. It should be noted that Marx saw the second concept of productive labor as a restriction of the first. If a worker is to be productive in the capitalist sense, he must also be productive in the first sense, that is, part of the collective laborer as defined on the basis of the labor process and therefore productive of value. This point is not at all trivial since, as we shall soon see, Marx held that some wage workers employed within the circuit of capital do not produce even value, let alone surplus value. In Capital Volume 2, when Marx analyzes the process of circulation of commodities, and in Volume 3, when he deals with commercial profit, the problem arises of the workers whose labor is required for buying and selling, bookkeeping, and the storage and transport of commodities. Intimately related to this is the question of the costs in materials and fixed capital consequent to these operations. In discussing these types of labor and costs, Marx asks whether they should be considered components of the value of commodities. He answers that all those costs that are strictly necessary under given technological conditions for the production, storage, and transport of the commodity as a particular physical product must be included. On the other hand, the pure circulation costs, those which arise due to the product having the economic form of a commodity must be excluded. Also excluded are bookkeeping costs that represent necessary expenditure regardless of the form of the product as a commodity. 5. This distinction is quite important. In fact, as we shall see shortly, Marx's careful separation of costs that contribute to the value of goods and those that do not does not necessarily correspond to an analogous distinction made by the agents of capitalist production and circulation, as Marx himself was well aware. The concept of value, however, as is now becoming clear, is not intended to account for phenomena directly. On the contrary, implicit in the definition of the magnitude of value that flows from the exclusion of circulation costs is the notion of a conflict between a capitalist manner and a real manner of viewing costs. Prices do not mirror values directly, although, as we shall see, they can and must be reconstructed on the basis of values. Let us now look more closely at the question of circulation costs. In Chapter 6 of Capital Volume 2, Marx discusses the operations of buying, selling and bookkeeping. When the products of labor are commodities, a portion of total social labor power must be devoted to such operations. But so long as they are carried out by the producers themselves, these producers know that the time taken up by them is deducted from time left over after production. There is no reason to confuse time required for production with time required for buying and selling. When production and circulation are dominated by capital, however, the operations required for circulation become autonomous, either within the productive unit or through their exclusive assumption by commercial capital. Then, Marx argues, the simple picture of pure circulation costs as deductions disappears as the result of this autonomy. An illusion is introduced here by the function of merchants' capital. 6. In actual fact, the costs incurred by commercial capitalists appear in prices on the same footing as strictly productive costs. But even apart from commercial capital, the pure circulation costs incurred by industrial capitalists are distinguished from other costs only if they are abnormal for a given industry. 7. Thus, a superficial glance at the entire process of production and distribution would suggest that all workers employed within the circuit of capital are equally productive. This interweaving and superimposition of distribution and production costs does not affect Marx's definition of the magnitude of value. The division of labor, with one function becoming independent in this way, does not make this into a product or value-forming function if it is not so in itself, and thus was already so before it became independent. 8. Only those functions that contribute to making the product in the wider sense discussed above contribute to creating value, regardless of how things may seem from the formation of prices. The formation of prices must therefore be clearly distinguished from the formation of values. The fact that the employee of a commercial capitalist may receive a wage which is then transferred to the price of the commodity has nothing to do with the magnitude of the value of that commodity, but involves only the distribution of total surplus value. Marx's idea can be summarized quite simply as follows. 9. For the sake of convenience, let us assume that all the operations required for circulation are performed entirely by commercial capitalists. The value of total output is measured by the total productive labor necessary to obtain it. Total value may be divided into three parts: c. the value of the means of production consumed, v. the value of the total labor power employed, and s. the surplus value, which is the difference between the labor added to the means of production and the magnitude v. The wages of the unproductive workers, the reconstitution of the constant capital employed in distribution, and the profit appropriated by the commercial capitalists are deductions from the surplus value extracted from productive workers by the industrial capitalists. This transfer of surplus value is the origin of the increase of prices that occurs when commodities are handled by commercial capital. But such an increase is possible only inasmuch as the industrial capitalists do not appropriate all the surplus value produced. It is therefore counterbalanced by a deduction in the productive sector, just as industrial capital makes profit by selling labor embodied and realized in commodities, for which it has not paid any equivalent, so merchants' capital derives profit from not paying in full to productive capital for all the unpaid labor contained in the commodities, and by demanding payment for this unpaid portion still contained in the commodities when making a sale. 10. Now, if we further simplify matters by assuming that commercial capitalists are involved only in the buying and selling of consumer goods and that no expenditure of any sort by industrial capitalists is required for sales among themselves, then it follows that a commodity is sold at its value by the commercial capitalist by virtue of the fact that it is acquired at a price less than its value. We therefore have a distinction between the formation of prices and the formation of values and a reconstruction of the former on the basis of the latter. When we examine Marx's view of the formation of prices, we shall return to this conception of commercial profits and this reconstitution of pure circulation costs. We shall find that Marx's procedure, however divergent it may appear from the way in which prices are actually formed, encounters no greater difficulties than the notion that prices of production are formed through the redistribution of surplus value. For the moment, let us comment on what we have set out so far. Every time Marx deals with pure circulation costs, he resorts to a line of argumentation based on the contrast between a situation in which the operations required for circulation have become autonomous and thus appear on the same footing as those required for production and a situation during the period when such operations were still the direct province of the producers. To the exclusion of these costs from value invariably follows. Now, the period to which Marx refers, when there was a clear separation between the processes of production and of pure circulation, has a twofold significance. As so often in Marx, it is both an abstraction and a particular historical observation. 12 of these two meanings, the first is more important. Indeed, to arrive at the concept of value requires that all the costs incurred by industrial and commercial capitalists be sorted out and a precise distinction made between those connected with pure circulation and those connected with production. In other words, the material skeleton of the production process must be distinguished from the process as a whole. The greater the weight of pure OSTS of circulation as capitalism develops, and the more inextricable the interrelationship between production in the strict sense and the commodity form of the product becomes, the more difficult it becomes to make that distinction. I3 But what is most interesting about Marx's handling of pure circulation costs is that the distinction mg costs associated with that abstraction is not designed simply to establish a classification that can set these out in order of their importance and demonstrate which costs could be eliminated or reduced if production were organized differently. Point 14 There is much more. The distinction affects the magnitude of value, and this magnitude is objective in character. Observable magnitudes are directly derived from value. The prices of commodities and the rate of profit are obtained beginning with the magnitudes of value, through the redistribution of surplus value between industrial and commercial capitalists. A model of Marx's theory of value is thus inherent in his treatment of circulation costs. On the one hand, the principle of real cost is driven to its ultimate conclusions, through a logic extraneous and counterposed to that which dominates the formation of actual exchange values, but on the other hand, this deepening of the concept of real cost does not. To Marx and the classical economists. Among the passages Marx devoted to pure circulation costs and commercial capital we find two references to Ricardo. He cites a note in the Principles in which Ricardo expresses disagreement with Say's view that commercial transactions add value to goods in a manner no different from usual, because more labor has been expended in its production and transport. 15. Ricardo's thesis is the same as Marx's: the labor expended in transport and the consequent consumption of means of transport must be considered as added to the value of commodities. Similar considerations apply to the shift of location of objects in the course of each production process. Ricardo, then, unlike Say, does not make the mistake of attributing miraculous value-creating capacities to commercial transactions. On the other hand, Ricardo identifies commercial transactions with transport and mentions no other costs incurred by commercial capitalists. In the first chapter of the Principles, he speaks of the labor of the retailer and includes it among the items of labor that must be counted in the calculation of value, although the functions performed by such labor are not explicitly taken into consideration. 16. On the one hand then, Ricardo seems to consider irrelevant those costs that Marx would consider pure circulation costs. 17. On the other 8. hand, on the one occasion on which he mentions them, he definitely includes them in value. Marx observes in this connection, the great economists, such as Smith, Ricardo, etc., are perplexed over mercantile capital being a special variety, since they consider the basic form of capital as industrial capital. The rules concerning the formation of value, profit, etc., immediately deduced by them from their study of industrial capital, do not extend directly to merchants' capital. For this reason, they leave merchants' capital entirely aside and mention it only as a kind of industrial capital. 18. Ricardo's failure to classify costs the way Marx did is not difficult to explain. The distinction between the production of commodities and production in general, which underlies Marx's analysis of costs, was never as fundamental or explicit for Ricardo, although it is present. Furthermore, the central objective of Ricardo's theory was the determination of the rate of profit. But once attention is focused on observable magnitudes, the distinction between production costs and pure circulation costs loses all significance. The quantities of labor, both direct and indirect, required for the circulation of commodities are then costs for the capitalists and therefore form part of the outlays on which profit must be measured. They therefore must be considered on the same footing as the labor required for production. 19. 3. Pure costs of circulation. Some further, secondary observations on commercial costs are still necessary. Marx argues repeatedly that commercial capital draws its profits and recovers its advances for pure circulation costs from industrial surplus value, which is thereby reduced. It follows that the general rate of profit is lower than it would be if pure circulation costs did not exist. On the other hand, commercial capital makes it possible to concentrate the operations required for the distribution of commodities. It thus represents a source of saving for total capital compared with a situation in which distribution is the direct responsibility of the industrial capitalists. In other words, we have a double reduction in profit for the industrial capitalist, first because of the profit of the commercial capitalist, second because of the repayment of his advances. But, Marx continues, owing to economizing and concentration which are bound up with division of labor, it shrinks less than it would if he himself had to advance this capital. The reduction in the rate of profit is less, because the capital thus advanced is less. 20. Let us now turn to the workers concerned with distribution. They are wage earners just like production workers. For them, too, wages are determined by the cost of production of labor power. But the application of this labor power, its exertion, expenditure of energy, and wear and tear, is, as in the case of every other wage laborer, by no means limited by its value. E.21 However, a commercial worker yields a return on the capital that employs him. He creates no direct surplus value, but adds to the capitalist's income by helping him to reduce the cost of realizing surplus value, inasmuch as he performs partly unpaid labor. 22 To the commercial capitalist who employs them, these workers appear to be productive. In fact, for the merchant they appear as a source of profit, proportional, given the general rate of profit, to their size. The outlay to be made for these circulation costs is, therefore, a productive investment or mercantile capital. And for this reason, the commercial labor which it buys is likewise immediately productive. .23 In these passages two definitions of productive labor are brought together. The first is based on participation in the production process, while the second distinguishes between workers who produce surplus value and those who do not. The logical priority of the first of these definitions over the second is evident. The productive character of the labor of the commercial wage earner is only apparent. Although as a wage earner he appears to be a source of profit, he produces no surplus value since he does not actually produce anything at all. 24 On the other hand, all the social labor expended in the production of the constant portion of commercial capital can be included in the general category of unproductive cost, in which Marx includes the labor expended in the production of gold used as money. 25 I would argue that Marx held two concepts of unproductive cost in relation to a given commodity, that is, the labor directly expended on its pure circulation, and unproductive cost in general, including both the labor used indirectly for pure circulation and the labor expended in the production of gold, which serves as money. Only costs unproductive in the first sense are excluded from the value of the total product. One additional point should be made in this connection. As we have seen, pure circulation costs also include expenditure on materials. This expenditure, like the direct labor necessary, does not become part of the value of the commodities that require such expenditure for their circulation. The problem then arises, which Marx did not consider, of whether the labor expended in the production of the materials that are then employed for pure circulation is productive labor or not. It would appear that the reply should be affirmative. Anyone who produces equipment used by a commercial capitalist for bookkeeping produces product and value, even though he does not produce, whether directly or indirectly, the commodities that require the use of this equipment for their distribution. 4. Socially necessary labor and market value. One of Marx's observations on differential rent and the price of agricultural products contains an explicit reference to the principle of real cost and a clear distinction between the actual cost of commodities and what appears to be their cost as a result of competition. Before we proceed to the passage that interests us most directly, however, we must pause to consider the preliminary concept of market value, which is of considerable intrinsic importance in the context of our argument. In discussing the magnitude of value, Marx makes it clear that this must be calculated on the basis of the labor time which is necessary on an average, or in other words is socially necessary. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. 26 Necessary on an average therefore means necessary under socially normal conditions. We are therefore dealing with an average of magnitudes that are generally identical or very close to the average itself. This interpretation is confirmed by Marx's discussion of the transition from a given method of production to a more efficient one. 27 Relative surplus value, Marx argues, arises from the reduction in value of the material components of variable capital, which in turn originates in changes in production techniques in the industries producing wage goods, whether directly or indirectly. He describes such changes in some detail. It all begins with the introduction of a new production method by an individual capitalist in a given industry. The immediate result is this: the individual value of these articles is now below their social value, in other words, they have cost less labor time than the great bulk of the same article produced under the average social conditions. By virtue of this difference, the innovating capitalist appropriates an extra surplus value. As this more efficient method is imitated by other industrial capitalists, however, the average price falls to the level of the individual value, which has now become social. In accordance with the new method, the extra surplus value thereby disappears. 28. At the end of this chapter we will return to Marx's description of this process. For the moment it is sufficient to note that both before and immediately after the introduction of the new method, industry as a whole is characterized by a method of production and a corresponding labor time through which most of the output is obtained. The average labor time is therefore common to the great majority of producers and is thus the norm. Both the definition of socially necessary labor time and the discussion of the transition from one method of production to another within a given industry seem to imply a view of the process of accumulation which, as presented in Capital Volume 1, may be roughly summarized as follows. The development of any given industry is divided into periods, each of which is characterized by the predominance of a particular method of production simultaneously adopted by the great majority of producers in that industry, which thereby becomes the socially normal method of production. The socially necessary labor time corresponds to this method. This time is also the average necessary labor time, since the proportion of the total product of the industry obtained by methods other than the normal one is insignificant. The period of transition from one to a more efficient method is accorded only fleeting analysis. Marx speaks of a social value corresponding to the old method and a social value corresponding to the new method, but not of a social value during the period of transition itself. The coexistence of varying production methods within a single industry is, however, accorded greater weight in Volume 3, particularly in Chapter 10 and in the discussion of differential rent. The central concept here is that of market value, which at first sight seems to be defined in the same manner as socially necessary labor. It is a question of the average of individual magnitudes relative to overall production of a given commodity. In Volume 3, however, the average is no longer the magnitude that corresponds to the individual figure for the great majority of producers, as was the case in Volume 1. Instead we have an average of widely varying magnitudes of labor that account for the production of significant proportions of the total output of the industry in question. Marx divides the various capitals operating in any one industry into three portions: that operating under average conditions, that whose productivity is higher than average, and that whose productivity is less than average. Moreover, the sectors operating above and below average are not unimportant, nor do they necessarily offset each other. 29. The market value is unambiguously defined as the weighted average of the individual values. Speaking of the case in which the sector with lower than average productivity is larger than the sector with higher than average productivity, Marx writes, strictly speaking, the average price, or the market value, of each individual commodity, or each aliquot part of the total mass, would now be determined by the total value of the mass as obtained by adding up the values of the commodities produced under different conditions, and in accordance with the aliquot part of this total value falling to the share of each individual commodity. He then examines the opposite case, in which the average value, computed by adding the sums of values at the two extremes and at the middle, stands here below the value of the middle, which it approaches, or vice versa, depending on the relative place occupied by the favorable extreme. 30. In Volume 1 the average price, the magnitude around which market prices vary, is determined by the magnitude of value, defined as socially necessary labor, which means the labor required under socially normal conditions of production. The same is true for market value as defined in Volume 3, market prices vary around this magnitude. 31. Now, in the case of socially necessary labor as defined in Volume 1, conditions of production are considered roughly homogeneous in the given industry, therefore, no problem arises from the identification of average price and average necessary labor, the latter being identical with the labor required in most units of production. If, on the other hand, there is a significant stratification of levels of productivity within the given industry, the weighted average of values produced by individual units does not appear to play a dominant role in the determination of the average price. There are then two possibilities. First, the situation in the industry is temporary, and eventually most production will be effected through the method yielding the highest productivity. In that case there is no sense talking about a price around which the market price varies, for an average magnitude of this sort will emerge only when the industry has been restructured. Or, second, the stratification of the industry is stable, access to the more efficient methods being blocked, for example by the great amount of capital required for reconversion. 32. In the case of an oligopolistic industry of this type, the determination of the average price is linked in a very complex way to the structure of the industry and the breadth of the market. Here again, market value does not appear to be an important magnitude. 33. We shall shortly see that elsewhere, when he deals with the formation of prices in industries characterized by a stable stratification, Marx's argumentation is linked to the specific problem at hand, and the weighted average of individual values finds no place in that argument. But in Chapter 10 of Volume 3, where value is identified with average price, the logic of real cost is predominant. All the hours of labor expended, under the various conditions of productivity, in the production of the total quantity of the commodity are added together and divided by the number of items produced. The result is the average labor time it costs society to produce one item. On the one hand there is the strict calculation of the cost of the commodities in labor, on the other the figure around which market prices vary, the average price. The logic that guides Marx's elaboration of the first magnitude takes priority over consideration of the forces that cause observable changes of prices when he comes to determine the second. 5 variations in market value, agriculture and mining. The concept of market value is developed differently in Marx's discussion 0f the price 0f agricultural products. So far, market value E has been defined as the average necessary labor, and the average price is necessarily identified with it. When discussing the value of agricultural production, Marx seems to proceed in the opposite direction. Here the point of departure is the average price as determined by methods of production and the effects of competition, and the market value is defined so as to coincide with it. Before examining the core of Marx's theory of rent, it is important to note that the many pages devoted to the subject in Capital Volume 3 and Theories of Surplus Value Volume 2 are the most obviously tentative of all of Marx's posthumously published writings, both in the vagueness of their content and in the lack of precision of their terminology. In most cases Marx argues as follows in discussing the price of agricultural products. The labor expended on the least fertile land is considered the market value. The cost price on that land, plus the general rate of profit, is the price of production. The latter is always lower than the market value, since the organic composition of capital in agriculture is lower than the average for society as a whole. Because of the monopoly over the land held by the landowning class, the value of the agricultural product is not transformed into the price of production. The difference between value and price of production constitutes the absolute rent, which goes to all landowners without distinction. 34 Again in Theories of Surplus Value Volume 2, embodied labor for the least fertile land is most often considered the market value. There are, however, a few cases in which a different magnitude emerges. Marx considers, for example, mines of differing levels of productivity. To begin with, he imagines 3 mines which, with an identical advance of capital of £100, produce 60, 65, and 75 tons of coal respectively in a given period of time. A new mine is then discovered which, with the same advance of capital, produces 92 tons. Marx discusses the various situations that may arise as a result of the discovery of the new mine. In the first case, the total quantity produced remains the same, 200 tons, the first mine is closed and the second produces below its maximum capacity, 32 tons instead of 65. The market value then sinks to the level of individual value in this second mine. Under a second hypothesis, on the other hand, Marx supposes that the amount of coal the market can absorb will vary according to its price. If the reduction in price required to sell 292 tons is not such as to drive the price below the price of production in the least productive mine, the total capital can continue to work in the sphere of production at this new market value. 35 We shall not discuss these aspects of Marx's theory as they concern the analysis of competition and demand. What is of interest to us here is that the investigation of market value now takes a different tack, for it is no longer defined as a weighted average. In both cases, when value is defined at the margin of production when it is a magnitude lying between the extremes, Marx is guided by the study of the forces of competition rather than by the logic that prevails in Chapter 10 of Capital Volume 3. But this logic crops up again in a comment that interrupts the exposition of differential rent in Capital Volume 3. The total product, Marx writes, amounts to 10 quarters. These are sold at 600 shillings, because the price of each quarter is determined on the worst land. But the real price of production is only 240 shillings, and this is the average of all the prices of production on the various lands. The market value established on the basis of competition is therefore of false social value. 36. 6. Socially necessary labor and market value. Let us return to Marx's description of the transition from one to another, more efficient method of production in a given industry. As we have said, this process begins when an innovating capitalist introduces a technique that allows him to reduce his unit costs. The price begins to fall because costs can be reduced under this new method only if the scale of production is increased. Marx is not explicit on this point, but no other interpretation of the example he constructs seems possible. Why? To obtain a larger share of the market, the innovating capitalist sells his commodities above their individual but below their social value. 38. However, as the new method becomes more widely used, the difference between the individual value of the cheapened commodity and its social value vanishes. 39. This line of argument requires comment. To explain the fall in value, MCLRX appeals to the forces of competition. But this shifts the discussion to actual exchange values and necessarily requires consideration of the rate of profit. The operation of competition as Marx sees it can account for the downward trend of the price, but not its stabilization at a particular new average level. A result of this type can be obtained only if prices of production themselves are considered. Once a new technique has been introduced and generalized throughout a given industry, the new average price level will be determined, simultaneously with that of other commodities, by the movement of capital in search of the highest rate of profit and by the resulting tendency of the rate of profit to uniformity. The expansion of the scale of production, which Marx introduces as an assumption, is not at all necessary if the problem is conceived in this way. It is, however, essential in explaining the tendency of the price to fall, though not sufficient to determine its new level, if, like Marx, one takes account only of competition among capitalists in a given industry, disregarding possible shifts of capital from one industry to another. In this chapter on relative surplus value, Marx seems to carry his substitution of values for prices of production to illegitimate lengths, thereby confusing different levels of investigation. We must also remember that the line of argument we are discussing here is preceded by a warning that the analysis of competition will have to be postponed. 41. More observation is needed on Marx's identification of market value with average price in Chapter 10 of Volume 3. Here again value stands for price of production, as is shown by the passage from Chapter 10 quoted in the introduction, where Marx points out that what is true for market value is equally true for market price of production. Marx merely alludes to this in passing, as though it were self-evident. According to him, market prices of production should be formed on the basis of market values in accordance with the transformation process suggested in Chapter 9 of Volume 3. The general rate of profit in each industry is said to be attained only by those capitals operating under average conditions, while the others obtain either extra or subnormal profits. The points made in Section 4 of this chapter also hold for the identification of market prices of production and average prices. Marx's assertion that market prices of production constitute the productive labor and pure circulation costs 19 levels around which market prices vary might suggest that he considered the stratification of industries stable. This, however, contradicts the uniformity of the rate of profit, which is the basis of the formation of market prices of production. If there are obstacles in each industry that prevent the advent of homogeneity, then the movement of capital between industries, which is the precondition for the equalization of the rate of profit, must be reconsidered. 41. 2. The law of nature. 1. Labor as positive activity. In examining Marx's exposition of the magnitude of value in capital, we have seen that he introduces into the analysis elements of a theory of production that logically precedes the theory of commodity production and exchange. In particular, because of his exclusion of circulation costs and because of his theory of market value, Marx develops the principle of real cost independent of the problem of actual exchange ratios. We shall now look at certain passages of the Grundrisse in which Marx examines the idea of labor as real price, as formulated by Adam Smith. Marx quotes a passage from Chapter 5 of The Wealth of Nations in which Smith identifies labor, described as the sacrifice of rest, freedom, and happiness, with real price and argues that Smith's idea of labor as sacrifice gave rise to Senior's attempt to introduce the notion of the capitalist's abstinence. This is why Mr. Senior, for example, was able to make capital into a source of production in the same sense as labor, a source sui generis of the production of value, because the capitalist too brings a sacrifice, the sacrifice of abstinence, in that he grows wealthy instead of eating up his product directly too. Let us try to determine the logical structure of Marx's argument in these passages of the Grundrisse. The reason it becomes possible from Smith's point of view to include sacrifice among the sources of value is that he considered sacrifice the quality that makes labor the real cost of all things. But, something that is merely negative creates nothing. And, the natural price of things is not the sacrifice made for them, for what makes labor the natural price of things is that it is a positive, creative activity. 5 Marx does not criticize the identification of labor and real price. 6 Rather, he argues that Smith's error was to have considered labor a sacrifice. 7 It is important to note that Marx discusses what may or may not create value on the terrain of production in general, for the two qualities of labor contrasted here are not restricted to labor that produces commodities. Sacrifice does not create value, because it does not create anything in general, the negation of tranquility, as mere negation, ascetic sacrifice, CRC. TT, s nothing. Someone may castigate and flagellate himself all day long like the monks etc., and this quantity of sacrifice he contributes will remain totally worthless. 8 On the other hand, once labor is considered a positive activity, its products are nothing but crystallized labor. Use value is not concerned with human activity as the source of the product, with its having been posited by human activity, but with its being for mankind. In so far as the product has a measure for itself, it is its natural measure as natural object, mass, weight. But as effect, or as static presence of the force which created it, it is measured only by the measure of this force itself. The measure of labor is time. Only because products are labor can they be measured by the measure of labor, by labor time, the amount of labor consumed in them. As a use value, an object is something to be used by man, capable of satisfying certain needs and thus endowed with certain natural properties. The natural process from which it emerges must therefore be tailored to the goal of obtaining just those qualities, and labor, which is part of that process, must assume the particular form required. But as a product not something for man, but something made by man, an object is merely a manifestation of that positive, creative activity called labor, and its measure in labor expresses how much of that activity has been required to overcome the obstacles to its production. Certainly, labor obtains its measure from the outside, through the aim to be attained and the obstacles to be overcome in attaining it. 10 On the one hand, then, the measure of an object in labor terms is presented as a measure of the difficulties encountered in its production. On the other hand, Such a measure presupposes some standard by which the various human labors applied to the same goal can be quantitatively compared, namely the average time required to carry out the particular operations. This sort of measurement reaches its apex in the production of commodities, since here, for the first time, the human labor supplied by different individuals is systematically related to an average social labor. We will examine elsewhere, Marx writes in the Grundriss, to what extent this measurement is linked with exchange, not with organized social labor. Underlying the concept of value, then, is the idea of the product as crystallized human labor. This is, so to speak, the aspect Marx considers obvious, already well known to classical political economy. What must still be clarified, and this, Marx holds, is the limitation of classical political economy, is the socio-historic context within which the labor embodied in products becomes value. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. 12. The entire question is presented quite clearly in the critique of the Gotha program. In the cooperative society, the individual producer receives back from society, after the deductions have been made, exactly what he gives to it. And further on, but one man is superior to another physically or mentally and so supplies more labor in the same time, or can labor for a longer time. This equal right is an unequal right for unequal labor. Thus, in the first phase of communist society, as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society, the labor of different individuals is reduced to average social labor. Moreover, it is this reduction that determines the share of each individual in that portion of total social product earmarked for consumption. But, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor. 13. In other words, in the early stages of cooperative society the products of social activity are still measured in terms of labor. Here, however, the reduction to equal labor of the particular labor of different individuals comes about as a conscious collective decision. In capitalist society, on the other hand, the same equalization occurs as the result of a process that unfolds behind the backs of the producers and therefore appears to them as a natural necessity. The same theme is developed in the famous section of Capital devoted to commodity fetishism. Here too Marx contrasts measurement in labor time as it occurs in capitalist society with the planned distribution of social labor among various activities. Even an isolated individual like Robinson Crusoe on his island, Marx writes, knows that his various productive functions are only different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to divide his time with precision between his different functions. Whether one function occupies a greater space in his total activity than another depends on the magnitude of the difficulties to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. His stockbook contains a catalogue of the useful objects he possesses, of the various operations necessary for their production, and finally of the labor time that specific quantities of these products have on average cost him. Moreover, the relations between Robinson and the objects of his self-created wealth contain all the essential determinants of value. 14. It is therefore evident that Marx makes a distinction between labor as an objective social measure of the difficulties that impede the attainment of a given end, and the way in which that measure is actually effected in accordance with the relations of production. The measure itself, be it noted, is in no way capitalist per se, although it attains its full development only with the generalization of commodity production. In other words, to fully understand labor as the substance of value, 3 steps are required. First, labor must be seen as the manifestation of a generic human capacity to bend natural processes to human will, abstracting from the particular use to which this capacity is put. Second, all the various individual labors must be reduced to a social average through another abstraction, this time from the varying levels of productivity consequent to the differing abilities of the individual workers or the different available tools. Third, This process of equalization must be seen as the result of a process alien to the conscious decisions of the producers themselves and imposed on them as an external necessity. The abstraction from the useful characteristics of different types of labor and from the variations among the individuals who perform them is required for any measure of the difficulties encountered in production. In capitalist society, however, this abstraction is not effected through the conscious regulation of social production. It therefore adheres to the products of labor as their value. In the consciousness of the producers, it thereby appears as a natural quality of these products. 15. To avoid misunderstanding, it is perhaps necessary to emphasize that there is a difference between labor as a measure of obstacles and labor as the source of all wealth, for Marx opposed the latter characterization categorically. 16. Insofar as it is considered as concrete, labor is only part of a process of interaction with nature and requires natural forces. The social cost of products, however, is determined solely by the labor expended to obtain them. The explicit references in Marx's discussion of circulation costs, rent, and Smith's conception of labor as sacrifice have thus led us to recognize the centrality of the logic of production per se in Marx's approach. The principle of real cost belongs to his theory of production and has no counterpart in a general theory of distribution. This principle holds sway throughout the production of commodities, where it also dominates, although not directly, as a law of distribution. Even in the cooperative society envisaged in the critique of the Gotha program, distribution is governed by relative contribution of labor. But here it is not a law but a conscious social decision. In the section on commodity fetishism in Capital Volume 1, Marx speaks of an imaginary association of freemen and assumes that the share of the means of subsistence received by each producer is determined by his labor time, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities. 17. 2. Abstract labor. While on the subject of Marx's concept of abstract labor, it is opportune to discuss the thesis advanced by Lucio Colletti in his essay Bernstein and the Marxism of the Second International. 18. We agree with one aspect of his interpretation: the abstract labor that Marx holds to be the substance of value is not the product of a mental generalization based on the various types of particular labor. Rather, what is needed is a positive definition that embodies the historical and social features that make labor productive of value. Colletti argues that the whole significance of abstract labor, the labor that produces value, lies in its equalization of different types of human labor, which is then expressed as value. 19. It is my view that Colletti does not distinguish sharply enough between two aspects of the question. Measurement in labor time of the obstacles to be overcome in production necessarily requires reference to labor of average efficiency, to some sort of equalization. This applies to measurement in labor as such, regardless of the particular historical character of social relations. In capitalist society, this equalization occurs through labor's becoming value, with the consequent separation of labor from the subject who performs it. The abstraction, however, lies not in the equalization as such but only in the way it occurs, as Marx makes clear in the passage from the critique of the Gotha program quoted above. In other words, the various particular labors are so many manifestations of the creative capacity that is human labor power. This labor power, far from being a mental generalization, represents the generic character of the natural being man, his ability to act in accordance with natural laws, and can be positively defined in terms of its component functions: brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc. 20. Always viewed historically, of course. In considering objects as products, measurement in labor is characteristic of associated human action, regardless of historical form assumed by the relations of production, lab olj. Time, even if exchange value is eliminated, always remains the creative substance of wealth and the measure of the cost of its production. 21. This raises the problem of the reduction of various types of human labor. When the products of labor are commodities, which means that the different types of labor are performed privately, measurement in labor and reduction to measurable units come about through exchange. It is important to emphasize that the general expenditure of labor power we are talking about here as a measure of the difficulties encountered in production is not a mental abstraction from various particular activities, for such an abstraction would not give us a quantity. On the contrary, when labor is thought of as a measure of obstacles, then the various particular activities become forms of a positive and measurable entity, the universal human capacity for labor. Coletti explains the meaning of abstract labor by comparing a primitive community to a society of commodity production, using the example with which Marx illustrated the concept of socially necessary labor. After the introduction of the steam-powered loom, 1 hour of labor on the hand loom equals only half an hour of labor of average efficiency. Now, this sort of equalization is not necessarily exclusive to commodity production. To begin with, we must distinguish between genuine individual differences among workers and differences due to the variety of the tools employed. Let us now, following Marx in the Critique of the Gotha program, shift to a cooperative society in which workers receive varying shares of total social product depending on their varying contributions of labor. Here Marx is referring to the average time set for the performance of given tasks and to different individual labor times. The notion of average necessary labor time arises spontaneously from the need to plan social production on an industrially developed base, which naturally entails an equalization independent of the individual capacity of each worker. But this sort of equalization entails no separation. If, however, the labor of a worker in this cooperative society is less efficient than average, it is reduced, when it comes to measuring costs, to a fraction of the time actually spent on the job. In Marx's model, this would lead to lower payment. But this does not mean that the labor is estranged from the worker who performs it. Indeed, both the equalization and the difference in payment are based on a conscious social decision known to the worker, for he has helped to make it. Moreover, the labor of each individual worker is immediately social in that it is an element off-plan. As an expenditure of generic activity, such labor must be reduced to an average. But this average is only the result of an explicit comparison of various individual capacities affected by the producers themselves. It does not occur implicitly, as in commodity production, where it is imposed on them through a mechanism alien to them. 22. Let us now consider the other case, in which the difference in productivity is caused by the introduction of new machines. It is clear that even in a cooperative society, society will place less value on labor performed on old machines, and this could well take the form of a reduction in the price of products when more efficient machinery is introduced. But here again, what is lamentable is not so much the equalization as the fact that under commodity production it appears to those working on the now outdated machinery as a gradual decline in the value of their commodity and therefore as a compulsion to yield to the effects of decisions over which they have no control, under pain of outright exclusion from the market. In the cooperative society, on the other hand, the equalization appears to the workers as the result of their own decisions on production. Methods. Point 23. In this second case, the rationality of the equalization is particularly apparent and so, therefore, is the need to distinguish carefully between the fact of its occurrence and the manner in which it occurs. 24-VE shall shortly return to Coletti's study to discuss another aspect of it. We began with the identification of value and labor in the opening pages of Capital and saw straight away that value does not determine actual exchange ratios directly. Indeed, in Vol earns 2 and 3 value becomes real cost and, as such, is counterposed to the magnitudes actually reflected in exchange. There is an important passage in which Marx strikingly combines the natural basis of value and its link to these observable magnitudes. In his July 11, 1868 letter to Kugelmann, Marx states, "All that palaver about the necessity of proving the concept of value comes from complete ignorance both of the subject dealt with and of scientific method. Every child knows that a nation which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but even for a few weeks, would perish. Every child knows, too, that the masses of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. that this necessity of the distribution of social labor in definite proportions cannot possibly be done away with by a particular form of social production but can only change the form in which it appears is self-evident. No natural laws can be done away with. What can change, in historically different circumstances, is only the form in which these laws operate. And the form in which this proportional distribution of labor operates in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. Science consists precisely in demonstrating how the law of value operates. This passage is immediately followed by clarification of what is meant by the arm in which these laws operate. Here we again have a twofold mediation linking quantities of labor to directly observable exchange values. First, on the difference between values and production prices, so that if one wanted at the very beginning to explain all the phenomena which apparently contradict that law, one would have to present the science or the science. It is precisely Ricardo's mistake that in his first chapter on value he takes as given all possible categories which have still to be developed for us, in order to prove their conformity with the law of value. Second, on the difference between average and market price, the vulgar economist has not the faintest idea that the actual everyday exchange relations cannot be directly identical with the magnitudes of value. The point of bourgeois society consists precisely in this, that a priori there is no conscious, social regulation of production. The rational and naturally necessary asserts itself only as a blindly working average. 25. Let us analyze this distinction between a natural law and the form in which it operates under various historical forms of production. Then we can connect this passage to our earlier discussion. If we leave aside the social context in which commodities are produced and examine only the material aspect of the organic interrelationship between men and nature, everything may be reduced to the distribution of labor among the various branches of production. More precisely, given available production methods, the composition of the use values produced corresponds to the distribution of labor among the various sectors. This is the natural law Marx is talking about. At first sight, this abstraction, which disregards the commodity character of the products, seems a component of the reconstruction in thought of commodity production, since the material analysis of production is intertwined with that of the particular social relationships within which production occurs. On the other hand, again at a first sight, Marx seems to be propounding a proposition of this sort: the necessary consistency among the various branches of production will be asserted either a priori, through planning, or a posteriori, through the signals that producers receive from prices. But Marx's argumentation is actually far more weighty. The material basis on which the production of commodities takes place plays a causal role in the determination of exchange relationships. A natural law operates through the forms characteristic of production. When objects become commodities, the social process escapes the control of the producer. As a result, things, the products, appear to the producers as imbued with a law of motion of their own, and so they are. But the more general law of the distribution of labor among the various branches of production must inevitably find expression in this law. It is thus labor, performed by mutually independent producers and measured as socially necessary labor, that dominates the movement of commodities, becoming their substance as values. 26. The fact that labor is the substance of value, that it functions as an entity imbued with a life of its own, results from the specific mode of production. But that value can be nothing but labor is, for Marx, another matter. In their mutual relations, whatever their form, men merely distribute the labor required to produce various articles. When the form of this relation is commodity exchange, men exchange labor. More or less indirectly, but they exchange labor nonetheless. In our discussion of Capital Volume 3 and the transformation of values into prices of production, we shall see that Marx's entire investigation of profit is dominated by the idea of the conservation redistribution of aggregate magnitudes determined in the sphere of production. This is how the natural law operates under commodity production, not immediately, through an identity of actual exchange values and ratios of quantities of embodied labor, but in the last instance, value simply translates into the language of commodities the human, active side of the material process through which these commodities have emerged from nature. The magnitude of value expresses their real social cost. Value is the form assumed by real social cost under commodity production. Capitalist competition, which is an element of the form in which production occurs, can only operate on the basis of magnitudes of value and surplus value. The law is asserted through the permanence of these quantities. Let us recapitulate. Marx grounds the law of value in the need of commodity production to conform to a system of natural law. We have seen that he states this explicitly and have confirmed that it is consistent with aspects of his treatment of value in regard to circulation costs and the value of agricultural production. We have thus concluded that for Marx, labor is value only when it produces commodities and is therefore abstract labor, but it is value in given historical conditions because it is the real social cost of objects as products. The identification of labor, i.e., real cost, with value is closely connected to the assumption that the exchange ratios of commodities can be reduced, even if only indirectly, to quantities of labor. When Marx comes to consider prices of production, this assumption is reflected in the idea that the aggregate quantities of value and surplus value are conserved. This point will be examined more fully in the following chapter. In his letter to Kugelmann defining the scientific approach, Marx argues that on the basis of what all modes of production have in common, laws can be discovered that govern the exchange of commodities. Indeed, the 1857 Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy calls attention to production in general, described as an abstraction, but a rational abstraction insofar as it really brings out and fixes the common element, and thus the loi de nature 33 saves us repetition. And, the elements which are not general and common, must be separated out from the determinations valid for production as such, so that in their unity, which arises already from the identity of the subject, humanity, and of the object, nature, their essential difference is not forgotten. 27 The significance of these remarks becomes considerably clearer in the letter to Kugelmann. There it is evident that Marx regards the foundation of value as among the set of determinations valid for production as such. It is to this causal relationship between these determinations and the magnitude of value that we are referring when we speak of the naturalism implicit in Marx's theory of value. 28. 4. The law of nature and the Marxist tradition. The line of argumentation under discussion here crops up frequently in Marxist tradition. It is opportune, then, to consider several particularly striking examples. Rudolf Hilferding's reply to Baumgart's study Karl Marx and the Close of his System 29 contains clear traces of it. Baumgart started from the proposition that Capital Volume 3 introduced a contradiction in the theory of exchange value as presented in Volume 1. Although he considered this alone sufficient to invalidate Marx's entire theoretical structure, he went on to investigate the deduction of the opening pages of Capital in an attempt to demonstrate that the logic of the deduction was intrinsically fallacious. To disregard the specific forms in which use value appears, he argued, is not the same as to disregard use value in general, which is a characteristic of all commodities. Marx's method of reasoning, then, does not necessarily lead to the identification of the human labor that produced them as the quality common to all commodities. If Marx reaches this conclusion, it is only because of his prior intention and not because he has correctly applied his own method. To some extent it was easy to defend Marx against this charge. The fact is that Baumgart was wide of the mark to claim that volumes 1 and 3 were contradictory. It was easy to respond, as Hilferding did, by re-examining the transformation of values into production prices according to Marx's method. But neither Baumgart nor Hilferding realized that this transformation itself posed serious difficulties. Hilferding in turn, however, did not simply deny that there was a contradiction between Volume 1 and Volume 3. He also advanced a positive exposition of the foundation of the law of value. The fundamental economic idea, namely the identity of value and labor, he maintained, is identical with the fundamental idea of the materialist conception of history. The law of value applies to the epoch wherein labor and the power which controls labor have not been consciously elevated to the rank of a regulative principle of social metabolism and social predominance, but wherein this principle unconsciously and automatically establishes itself as a material quality of things. Further, society has, as it were, assigned to each OJ its members the quota OJ labor necessary to society, has specified to each individual how much labor he must expend. And these individuals have forgotten what their quota was, and rediscover it only in the process of social life. 30. Thus the principle valid for any historical mode of production establishes itself under commodity production. Let us now consider another example. The chapter The Quantitative Value Problem in Paul Sweezy's book The Theory of Capitalist Development opens with the passage from Marx's letter to Kugelman quoted above. Sweezy maintains that this constitutes the foundation of value as a magnitude. This magnitude, however, is merely a first approximation of exchange ratios. Deviations which occur in practice can be dealt with in subsequent approximations to reality. 31. Sweezy, whose book was first published in 1942, was thoroughly familiar with the Marxist tradition on this subject, but also with Bortkowicz's studies of values and prices, which lie outside this tradition. 32. It is probable that this is the source of his presentation of value as a first approximation of exchange ratios, which was not at all necessary for someone like Hilferding, who held that the issue was merely the redistribution of surplus value. Let us attempt to clarify this question. As early as 1937, Maurice Dobb considered value a first approximation of actual exchange ratios. He then made this analogy: the theory of gravitation is not rendered absurd and useless merely because it requires substantial modification to explain why airships and aeroplanes can rise in the air. 33. But the analogy is wholly inappropriate. The theory of gravitation requires no modification to account for the fact that some objects fly. On the contrary, it retains full validity, though gravity is not the only factor governing the motion of such objects. Indeed, the validity of the law of gravity is confirmed by the phenomena of aerodynamics, which are determined by a combination of gravity and other factors. According to Marx, this is precisely the relationship between the law of value and actual exchange ratios. The law is fully valid, since production prices can be derived through the interaction of the production of value and surplus value and the redistribution of the latter as profit. 34. There is, then, no basis in Marx's work for the notion that value is a first approximation. Rather, this idea is a sign of weakness, a result of the growing awareness that his approach to value cannot be upheld in the terms in which it is formulated. We shall return to this whole question in Chapter 4. Finally, let us return to the study by Lucio Colletti that we looked at earlier. Colletti begins with the problem of Marx's method of exclusion raised by Baumgartner and notes that this criticism cannot be answered if abstract labor is considered a mental generalization by the investigator. He then sets out to uncover the reality of the abstraction of labor in Marx's theory of commodity production. This, however, in no way constitutes an answer to Baumgartner, for his contention is that the identification of value with labor is invalid, an objection that cannot be refuted by clarifying the character of the labor Marx identifies with value. The labor of those employed in the distribution of commodities is no less abstract than that of workers who produce in the material sense. And yet Marx holds that their labor does not produce value, since it is not intrinsically productive. The abstract character of labor corresponds to the commodity form of the product. But why it is precisely labor that constitutes the value of commodities is something else again, and concerns, Marx holds, production as such. Indeed, as we have already seen, political economy has analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, although it has never once asked why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. In other words, according to Marx, the discovery that labor underlies value was made before abstract labor was understood. Coletti's study, while inspired by the need to correct the errors made by Marxists in their attempts to answer criticisms oft Bombauer type, is therefore limited to the problem of what Marx means by abstract labor, thereby giving the impression that this provides the solution to all the problems related to value and labor. Indeed, discussion of the concept of abstract labor is far the most dominant element of Coletti's essay. The concomitant problem of why labor is value is relegated to 2 opening pages in which Coletti more or less repeats the argument of Marx's letter to Kugelmann. But Coletti neither develops nor interprets Marx's argument. What is the significance of this argument for Marx? Nor does he subject it to criticism. Can the identity of value and labor legitimately be deduced from it? The naturalism implicit in Marx's reference to production in general has been well highlighted by Cesare Luporini in his Dialettica e Materialismo. 35. He recalls this same passage of the letter to Kugelmann and, inveighing against the trend initiated by Coletti, insists on the highly concrete physical character of labor as the expenditure of physical and mental energy. 36. Although I agree with Luporini's interpretation, his views on value are quite distant from the concrete scientific elaboration of historical materialism in Capital. Luporini discusses Marx's naturalism without reference either to the positive propositions about exchange values to which it is extended, or, consequently, to the difficulties it encounters whenever those propositions prove untenable. 3. Real cost and exchange value. The analysis of Marx's theory of prices of production presented in this chapter will emphasize that Marx considered this theory an extension and confirmation of the labor theory of value. As we shall see, Marx was explicit that this is his line of investigation, and he assumed that it could be realized. The labor embodied in commodities is thought of as a substance with which they are imbued during production. It is from this image that the key idea that dominates Marx's method of determining prices is derived, the conservation of given quantities of this substance. The analysis that follows here is devoted to examining the presence and articulation of this measurable permanent substance in Capital Volume 3. As we shall see shortly, the discussion of the problem of profit throughout the first 12 chapters of Capital Volume 3 is closely connected to the critique of the idea that capital is the source of profit. In the next chapter this critical objective will be separated from the particular form in which it is pursued in Capital. This will enable us to draw some conclusions about the reconstruction of Marx's thought and the current direction of research on capital. 1. Marx and the origin of profit. In Chapter 9 of Capital Volume 3, having determined prices of production on the basis of a redistribution of total surplus value, Marx synthesizes his argument up to this point as follows: the actual difference of magnitude between profit and surplus value, not merely between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, in the various spheres of production now completely conceals the true nature and origin of profit. The transformation of values into prices of production serves to obscure the basis for determining value itself. But this concealment occurs regardless of the uniformity of the rate of profit, since the mere transformation of surplus value into profit distinguishes the portion of the value of a commodity forming the profit from the portion forming its cost price. It is natural that the conception of value should elude the capitalist at this juncture, for he does not see the total labor put into the commodity, but only that portion of the total labor for which he has paid in the shape of means of production, be they living or not, so that his profit appears to him as something outside the immanent value of the commodity. Moreover, this idea is fully confirmed, fortified, and ossified, because of the uniformity of the rate of profit, which results in a quantitative difference between profit and surplus value in the various spheres of production. The very first chapter of Capital Volume 3 opens with the assertion that the apparent derivation of profit from total capital results not only from the uniformity of the rate of profit, but also from the grouping of the various value portions of a commodity which only replace the value of the capital expended in its production under the head of cost price. Point 2. Here profit is still quantitatively equal to surplus value, but there is a change in its form. It is now surplus value as it appears to those engaged in production. Value itself also undergoes a change in form. It is no longer C plus V plus S, but K plus P, where K equals C plus V and P equals S. This means that the various elements of capital are unified and are, without distinction, advances of capital. Surplus value thus appears to arise from advances as such, in its assumed capacity of offspring of the aggregate advanced capital. Surplus value takes the converted form of profit. 3. Marx also presents the mistaken idea that profit arises from capital advanced as an instance of confusion in the minds of those engaged in production between cost price and real cost. Since the commodity seems to cost less than it does in reality, profit appears as an autonomous. If values determined prices directly, it would be easy to dispose of the idea that advances of capital are the source of the value over and above the cost price. Profit would be determined the moment wages were given in terms of commodities. The ratio of its magnitude to the amount of capital advanced for wages would be exactly equal to the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor. The rate of profit, the ratio of profit to total capital advanced, would then express nothing but what it actually is, namely a different way of measuring surplus value, its measurement according to the value of the total capital instead of the value of the portion of capital from which surplus value directly originates by way of its exchange for labor. 5. In other words, if we start from the profit contained in the price of a commodity, it is completely determined by the surplus value contained in the value of that commodity, which is, in turn, quantitatively identical to the unpaid labor over and above that required to reconstitute variable capital. The immediate determination of profits once wages are set demolishes any notion that there is an autonomous source of value other than labor. 6. The chain of reasoning that begins with the fixing of wages and arrives at profits through the determination of the surplus labor, and therefore surplus value, contained in commodities must be re-examined the moment prices of production are introduced. 7. Marx introduces one further mediating factor, composed of magnitudes obtained from values through the transfer of quantities of surplus value from some capitals to others. The determination of the share of profit that goes to each capital does not conflict with the production of value and surplus value, but simply amounts to a redistribution of total surplus value. Once wages are set, profits are determined, because prices are merely values adjusted by the transfer of surplus value from some capitals to others. This is the point that must not be forgotten. The confutation of any impressions born of superficial observation of prices of production stems from the proposition that labor is the sole source of value, which Marx claims to have proved. This proposition, as we have seen, springs from another, valid for any mode of production, that labor constitutes the real social cost of products. Meanwhile, the task of scientific investigation is explicitly defined as the discovery of the forms in which the quantities of labor expended in production come to prevail in exchange. Critical opposition to the notion that capital is a source of profit is an important aspect of this approach, which is, however, independent of and broader than this opposition itself. Marx devotes several chapters of Volume 3 to the determination of the shares of surplus value that go to commercial capital, for he strives to uncover the origins of the price increases undergone by commodities in the sphere of distribution, and thereby to demonstrate that, contrary to the appearances of exchange relations, the labor expended in the distribution of commodities, since it produces nothing, produces no value either. This too is independent of the critique of the idea that advances of capital generate profit. Indeed, to refute that notion in no way requires any demonstration that commercial profit and the replacement of pure circulation costs arise from redistribution of industrial surplus value. 2. Marx, Ricardo, and prices of production. In Capital Volume I, value was defined as embodied labor. As we have seen, this is not a provisional definition. On the contrary, the law of value, which seems to be negated by the facts, actually asserts itself through them as the rational and naturally necessary. Since prices of production diverge from values, however, the central question becomes how to explain this difference. Marx himself defined his own position just this way, contrasting it to that of Ricardo in some key pages of Theories of Surplus Value devoted to Ricardo's theory of value. Marx criticized the fissure in Ricardo's theory between his determination of value by embodied labor and his investigation of exchange value. Ricardo's method is as follows. He begins with the determination of the magnitude of the value of the commodity by labor time and then examines whether the other economic relations and categories contradict this determination of value or to what extent they modify it. Such a method leads to erroneous results because it omits some essential links and directly seeks to prove the congruity of the economic categories with one another. Point 9. In other words, Marx argues that Ricardo does not understand that the determination of value by labor time is not immediately consistent with the hypothesis of a general, average rate of profit, the existence of which must be explained through a number of intermediary stages. A procedure which is very different from merely including it under the law of value. Point 10. We have seen that Ricardo determines value by embodied labor and have also noted his reference to a principle extraneous to the problem of exchange values. But as Sraffa has forcefully emphasized, Ricardo's theory of value is used primarily as an instrument for resolving the central problem of the determination of the rate of profit and the study of its variations consequent to changes in wages. For Ricardo, not only do exchange values differ from ratios of embodied labor, they also vary with shifts in wages. Of the two problems, the difference between values and prices and the variation of prices with changes in wages, only the latter is important for investigation of the rate of profit. Ricardo therefore focuses attention on the study of these variations, while he presents the difference between values and prices as a modification of the principle according to which quantity of labor expended in the production of commodities determines their relative value. Marx's position is exactly the opposite. If Ricardo had gone into this more deeply, he would have found that, owing to the diversity in the organic composition of capital, the mere existence of a general rate of profit necessitates cost prices that differ from values. He would also have seen how incomparably more important and decisive the understanding of this difference is for the whole theory than his observations on the variation in cost prices of commodities brought about by the rise or fall of wages. 13. In other words, for Marx it is not simply a matter of determining the rate of profit and production prices, but also of establishing the consequences for the whole theory of the difference between values and prices. Prices must not be simply neutralized as Ricardo attempts, but their deviation from values must be analyzed, to see whether there is a contradiction between prices and the basis on which value is determined. Or rather, it must be shown that this contradiction is only apparent. But Ricardo, Marx writes, deserves credit for having stated the problem definitively. The basis, the starting point for the physiology of the bourgeois system, for the understanding of its internal organic coherence and life process, is the determination of value by labor time. Ricardo starts with this and forces science to get out of the rut, to render an account of the extent to which the other categories, the relations of production and commerce, evolved and described by it, correspond to or contradict this basis, this starting point, to elucidate how far a science which in fact only reflects and reproduces the manifest forms of the process, and therefore also how far these manifestations themselves, correspond to the basis on which the inner coherence, the actual physiology of bourgeois society rests. This then is Ricardo's great historical significance for science. 14. Let us turn now to the application of Marx's approach, and more particularly to the actual functioning of the concept of the redistribution of surplus value. We shall set out the content of Chapter 9 of Capital Volume 3 according to the simplest possible schema. To begin with, let us assume that no fixed capital is employed in production. Constant capital will therefore consist exclusively of circulating capital. Let us further assume that our system is composed of just two industries. Now, consider one unit of each of the two commodities. Their values, denoted by /IL and /I2, can be broken down into constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value. /IJ equals CJ plus VJ plus S1 /I2 equals C2 plus V2 plus S2. Let us further assume that the working day and the daily wage are equal in the two industries. This means that Sj equals S2. In other words, Vj V2, the rates of surplus value are equal. If the two commodities are exchanged directly according to their values, then the rates of profit in the two industries may be denoted as follows. In other words, /ij equals Cj plus Vj Sj Cj plus Vj. Since we have assumed that the rate of surplus value is uniform, whether or not the two rates of profit are equal depends solely on whether the organic composition of capital is the same in both. D. HDHHCJ. C2. 3 ustnes, 3 OTER war S, WETER VJIS equal to V2 but there is no reason to suppose that different industries, producing different real cost and exchange value 45 use values, will have the same organic composition of capital. In general, then, the rates 9F profit will be different, which amounts to saying that the commodities cannot be exchanged in accordance with the quantities of labor embodied in them. Writes Marx, there is no doubt, on the other hand, that aside from unessential, incidental, and mutually compensating distinctions, differences in the average rate of profit in the various branches of industry do not exist in reality, and could not exist without abolishing the entire system of capitalist production. It would seem, therefore, that here the theory of value is incompatible with the real phenomena of production, and that for this reason any attempt to understand these phenomena should be given up. 15. The first solution to this problem advanced by Marx is as follows. Thus, although in selling their commodities the capitalists of the various spheres of production recover the value of the capital consumed in their production, they do not secure the surplus value, and consequently the profit, created in their own sphere by the production of these commodities. What they secure is only as much surplus value, and hence profit, as falls, when uniformly distributed, to the share of every aliquot part of the total social capital. 16. Let us denote the magnitudes relating to the total production of our two industries by capital letters corresponding to the lowercase letters used above. For example, CI stands for the constant capital consumed in the total production of Industry 1. High and H2 will stand for the total profits of the two industries, while high and H2 will stand for profits per unit of output, and will be the general rate of profit. These last magnitudes, profits and rate of profit, are the unknowns. The proposition of Marx that we quoted above can now be represented in our schema as follows. Profits are shares of total surplus value distributed among the various capitals. Thus, SI plus S2 equals high plus H2. This distribution occurs in accordance with an equal rate of profit, computed with respect to the values of capital. Thus, high equals N and H2 equals N. 15. Capital Volume 3, p. 153. 16. IBID, p. 158. 46. From which it follows that, hence, in which S plus S2 equals H plus H2 equals N underscore S underscore C plus V. S equals S plus S2, C equals C plus C2, V equals V plus V2. Once N has been determined, H and H2 are also determined. Then if we divide H and H2 by the number of units produced in each industry respectively, we have H and H2. Finally, the prices of production are C plus V plus H and C2 plus V2 plus H2. It is immediately apparent that if production prices are determined in this way, not only are total profits identical to total surplus value, but the sum of all prices also equals total value. Marx immediately subjects this method of determining prices of production to critical analysis. Commenting on the proposition that the sum of the prices of production of all commodities produced in society is equal to the sum of their values, he writes, this statement seems to conflict with the fact that under capitalist production the elements of productive capital are, as a rule, bought on the market, and that for this reason their prices include profit which has already been realized, hence, include the price of production of the respective branch of industry together with the profit contained in it, so that the profit of one branch of industry goes into the cost price of another. But if we place the sum of the cost prices of the commodities of an entire country on one side, and the sum of its surplus values, or profits, on the other, the calculation must evidently be right. 17. From the passages immediately following this point, it appears that Marx had in mind primarily the possibility that the profit contained in a certain price might be counted more than once, because it might enter into the cost price of another commodity. 18. But he quickly comes to the real problem, which arises from the fact that the elements of productive capital are, as a rule, bought on the market. This is what he means, aside from the fact that the price of a particular product, let us say that of capital B, differs from its value because the surplus value realized in B may be greater or smaller than the profit added to the price of the products of B. The same circumstance applies also to those commodities which form the constant part of capital B, and indirectly also its variable part, as the laborer's necessities of life. 19. In other words, Marx acknowledges here that the magnitudes on the basis of which surplus value has been redistributed, that is, capital advanced, measured in value, are not identical to the prices at which the elements of capital are bought on the market. He therefore admits that the prices previously calculated must be adjusted. But he does assert that total value is identical to the sum of all prices. Indeed, referring to the previously quoted statement, he writes, however, this always resolves itself to one commodity receiving too little of the surplus value while another receives too much, so that the deviations from the value which are embodied in the prices of production compensate one another. 20. A few lines further on, he returns to the same point. It is necessary to remember this modified significance of the cost price, and to bear in mind that there is always the possibility of an error if the cost price of a commodity in any particular sphere is identified with the value of the means of production consumed by it. Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point. 21. He then discusses the resulting change in the meaning of the statement that cost price is less than value, and concludes that, while this statement is modified in the individual spheres of production, the fundamental fact always remains that in the case of the total social capital the cost price of the commodities produced by it is smaller than their value, or, in the case of the total mass of social commodities, smaller than their price of production, which is identical with their value. 22. Here again Marx acknowledges that errors result if prices of production are determined through the redistribution of surplus value on the basis of capital values advanced. He proposes no correct method of determining prices of production, but asserts that such a correction would not contradict the proposition that the sum of all prices of production is equal to total value. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that Marx maintained that total profits always equaled total surplus value and that total values always equaled the sum of all prices. There were difficulties in the case of individual prices of production, and even in the price of aggregate production, but the assertion that profits are redistributed surplus value presented no difficulties for Marx. In Chapter I of Capital Volume 3, in other words, after the discussion of the difficulties cited here, Marx states, it is evident that the average profit can be nothing but the total mass of surplus values allotted to the various quantities of capital proportionally to their magnitudes in the different spheres of production. 23. Before analyzing all this material, however, we must make one additional point. The prices of production obtained from the redistribution of surplus value, calculated on the basis of capital values advanced, are quantities of labor which originate in the movement of quantities of surplus value from certain commodities to others. Just as values are first determined as absolute quantities based on methods of production and are later expressed in terms of a particular commodity, so prices of production are first obtained as absolute magnitudes, quantities of labor, and later expressed in money terms. The idea that prices of production are quantities of labor is the only really crucial point in Chapter 9 and the 3 subsequent chapters, whereas the expression of prices of production in money appears thoroughly insignificant. The equalities set out by Marx, total profit and total surplus value, the sum of all prices and total value, can be challenged from two different angles. First, when we consider prices of production as quantities of labor determined by the redistribution of surplus value on the basis of capital values, the components of capital are handled not in terms of their prices but in terms of their values. A correction is therefore necessary, and it may be asked whether the aggregate equalities survive this correction. This is the problem we have just noted above. Second, even if we accept those prices, and thus ignore the difficulties previously noted, and if we express prices and values in money terms, it certainly does not follow automatically that the sum of all prices will equal total value, for this will depend on the organic composition of capital in the industry that produces gold. 24 In these chapters of Capital, Marx consistently adopts the first of these two standpoints. He never considers the question that is immediately raised if the second is adopted. It therefore seems reasonable to assume that he holds that the two equalities are valid in terms of quantities of embodied labor, this being the substance of which both values and prices of production consist. Now, the reference during the discussion of these equalities to the expression of prices of production in money terms 25 would render these equalities inherently invalid, even if the prices of production obtained were correct. The explanation for this probably lies in Marx's having paid insufficient attention to this point while concentrating on the first of these two approaches and neglecting the second. The following discussion of Marx's prices of production will therefore refer to absolute magnitudes, namely quantities of embodied labor. Let us now re-examine the critical analysis to which Marx subjects his own method of determining prices. As we have seen, he states explicitly that a correction is necessary. While he does not indicate precisely how this should be done, he is nevertheless clearly convinced that it is feasible and indicates the main feature of the result. Total profit is total surplus value redistributed, and total value equals the sum of all prices. We can develop the argument in the direction indicated by the first of Marx's determinations of prices, although this will merely illustrate Marx's idea that the result must be of this character. The transformation may be viewed as the outcome of a series of operations. The first step is to redistribute surplus value as profits on the basis of capital values advanced. This gives us absolute magnitudes, the sum of which still equals the total quantity of value. These magnitudes, however, cannot be considered actual prices of production because of the error Marx points to, namely the difference that would then arise between cost prices measured in VA1UE and cost prices measured in the prices obtained through this procedure. The mass of surplus value must therefore be redistributed again on the basis of cost prices measured in first approximation prices. 26 But exactly the same problem arises again. Surplus value must therefore be redistributed yet again. Since such a procedure, assuming it eventually arrives at a definite result, gives rise to absolute magnitudes obtained by the manipulation of quantities of embodied labor, the problem Marx poses indeed makes sense. The problem is whether or not, once the correction has been completed, the sum of the prices of all commodities produced is actually equal to the sum of their values. To continue our analysis of Marx's idea, let us compare this conservation of total value to the conservation of energy in an isolated physical system. 27 Consider a simple example, a system in which n spherical bodies move in a gravitational field inside an airless box. For the sake of simplicity, assume that when the bodies collide with each other or with the sides of the box, they rebound in a perfectly elastic manner. Once the positions and velocities of the bodies at a particular time are known, the evolution of the system can be predicted. At time 0 each body possesses a given amount of energy, part kinetic, part potential. 1 second later, the system has undergone a transformation. The energy of each individual body is, as a rule, different from what it was a second earlier and is differently distributed between kinetic and potential energy. But the total energy, the sum of the energy of all the individual bodies, has been conserved. The analogy lies in the fact that the operation by which Marx passes from values to prices must also conserve a sum of quantities associated with the initial position, in this case the sum of values. There is, however, a decisive difference. Marx's transformation must conserve not only total value, but also its distribution between capital value and surplus value. It is as if, to return to the original example, not only total energy but also total kinetic energy had to be conserved. 28 Now, What is the significance of the twofold conservation Marx has in mind? If total surplus value and profits were equal, and if the value of total output and the sum of all prices were also equal, then prices and the rate of profit could be regarded as the result solely of the redistribution of surplus value as profits. If, on the other hand, total surplus value were conserved but total value was not, then prices of production could not be explained solely as a redistribution of surplus value as profits, since the appearance or disappearance of quantities of value in capital would have to be explained. Let us return to the analogy of the spherical bodies. Here we can in fact determine the transformation without assuming that energy is conserved. 29. Subsequently, it can be shown that this transformation does indeed conserve total energy. In Marx's theory, on the other hand, the redistribution of surplus value as profits permits the first step of the transformation. But the calculation is not completed. Marx merely points out that one or several corrections are required. Since he does not actually reach the final result, he specifies the essential characteristic it must have if it is legitimately to be considered to have been obtained through a redistribution of surplus value as profits. Analogously, if we were unable to determine the motion of the bodies precisely and yet asserted that it occurred only through the redistribution of kinetic energy, we would be implying that it is possible actually to demonstrate that kinetic energy and total energy are conserved. If the latter changed, this would indicate that the conservation of kinetic energy had resulted from other causes and it would no longer make sense to talk about its redistribution among the various bodies. It is as well to state without further ado, so as to avoid misunderstanding of these last observations, that the problems posed by the lack of conservation of the quantities of value and surplus value can be solved not by introducing some other source of value but by abandoning the very idea of a source of value to begin with. We shall return to this point in the next chapter. When we speak of Marx's solution to the problem of prices of production, we are referring, for the moment, to the idea expounded in Capital Volume 3 that it is possible to correct the first approximation prices and that the absolute magnitudes obtained from the correction can legitimately be considered the result of a redistribution of surplus value as profits. This means that total profit and the sum of all prices of production must equal total surplus value and the value of total production respectively. That Marx considers these equalities also valid when expressed in terms of money should be regarded as a very minor inaccuracy. But if production prices are thought of in the usual way, as magnitudes that must be expressed in tyrannies of commodities, then the interpretation of the aggregate equalities faces the following alternative. First, the price of production may be interpreted as a price in the strict sense, as expressed in the money commodity. On the basis of this assumption, Bortkiewicz maintains that Marx's proposition that total value equals the sum of all prices, would be true only if the organic composition of the capital used for production of the money commodity, i.e. gold, behaved in a very specific manner, with respect to the organic composition of other forms of capital. In fact, Marx never mentions this limitation. On the contrary, he asserts the identity of total price and total value in general terms without taking careful note of the relations of production of the commodity used as a measure of value and price. This assertion is thus not only not proven but false. 30. If we accept Bortkiewicz's own assumptions, that Marx thinks of prices of production only as magnitudes expressed in terms of gold, then Bortkiewicz is undoubtedly correct. But we must note that Marx advances no hypothesis about the organic composition of the gold-producing industry, in a context where his entire attention is focused on the problems raised by variations in the organic composition in different industries. The very absence of any such hypothesis shows that Marx first conceived of aggregate equalities between the absolute magnitudes of values and prices. This conception was subsequently broadened, in an admissible fashion, but that is unimportant, to include the expression of these same magnitudes in gold. 31. On the other hand, Marx's assertion that the value of total production equals the sum of all prices, like his claim that the sum of profits equals the sum of surplus value, may be conceived as implying the choice of a unit of measurement for prices. This unit is the composite commodity in which the various commodities are contained in precisely the proportions they constitute in total production, but in quantities such that 1 unit of the composite commodity embodies 1 unit of labor. 32 Then, if we replace total output by surplus product, we obtain the unit of measurement implicit in the equality of the sum of profits and total surplus value. Now, either of these two equalities, taken in itself, would be quite harmless, rather like adopting a hundredweight of grain as a unit of measurement. There would be no sense in maintaining that anything in particular is conserved in the transition from values to prices of production on the basis of just one of these equalities. 33 But there can be no doubt that Marx conceives of the two equalities as simultaneously valid, even when he presents them separately. Nor, and this is what is most important, does Marx ever present either of them as dependent on the choice of a unit for the measurement of prices. Indeed, the problem of such a unit is not even posed. As we have seen, this accords with the idea that prices are quantities of labor, shares of the labor embodied in all the commodities produced. It is perhaps appropriate, in order to further clarify the issue, to point out that the following three propositions are equivalent. 1. The rate of profit of the system is CV2. Total profit equals total surplus value, and the sum of the prices of all commodities is identical to the sum of their values. 3. Total profit equals total surplus value, and the sum of capital values equals the figure obtained if cost prices are calculated by prices of production. Even if these equalities hold, which is not generally the case, as we shall see in the following section, the equation equals foot does not necessarily follow. In other words, the rate of surplus value is not necessarily invariable. If it were, and if the first equality were also valid, the organic composition would be invariable too. In the next section we shall construct an example in which equality 1 holds but the rate of surplus value is not invariable. It should also be noted that the invariability of the latter is not at all essential to Marx's idea that profit is redistributed surplus value. Since prices and values differ, the relationship between total surplus value and that portion of capital value constituted by the value of labor power need not remain invariable through the transformation of values into prices, any more than the relationship between total surplus value and, say, the value of the total quantity of steel employed need so remain. 34 Indeed, from the standpoint of the price of production, labor power is a means of production like any other. Although the idea that profit is redistributed surplus value, which, as we have seen, implies that the rate of profit equals CV, does not mean that the relationship is invariable. These latter considerations, which show that no such contention is necessary, bring us close to an understanding of why Marx was wrong to believe that even the ratio CV was invariably. Indeed, as H11, HFH, SSC we SA soon see, to mamtam T at any 0 TE ratio C plus VV or VIS invariable requires either special assumptions about the composition of at least two of the aggregate's total output, total wage goods, and the total capital advanced, or special hypotheses about methods of production, or a combination of both. 5. The determination of the rate of profit by a system of simultaneous equations. Let us now compare Marx's solution with the simultaneous calculation of the rate of profit and prices of production. To begin with, we must re-examine the magnitudes of value we used in the previous section. These can be determined only from the quantities characteristic of the prevalent methods of production. Let us continue to assume that the system is composed of only two industries, and let us again select the simplest possible example. Industry 1 produces the sole means of production of the system, using AL units of commodity 1 itself for each unit produced. Industry 2 uses A 2 units of commodity 1 for each unit produced. Let the quantities of labor directly required per unit produced be Mi and 1 and 2 respectively. We can now calculate the quantity of embodied labor in 1 unit of commodity 1. It can be obtained by solving the equation #TL equals Mi plus AL #TL. The magnitude thus obtained can then be used to calculate the quantity of labor embodied in 1 unit of commodity 2, hashtag T2 equals M2 plus A2 hashtag T1. Let us now assume that wages, expressed in physical terms, consist of J units of commodity 1 for each unit of labor. Finally, let Qi and Q2 equal the quantities of the two commodities produced. On the basis of the given methods of production, using the quantities of embodied labor we have calculated, we can now compute all the magnitudes implied in Marx's calculation of prices of production. It need only be added that, for the system to be able to turn out a net product, AI must be less than 1, and if there is to be surplus value and profit, the quantity Al plus Mj must also be less than 1. We may now compare the rate of profit as formulated by Marx with that obtained through a simultaneous calculation of prices and the rate of profit. The system of prices of production is as follows. Pi equals P2 equals W equals JPJ. 58. In which Pj and P2 denote the prices of commodities, R is the rate of profit and W the wage rate. If we insert the third equation into the first two, we obtain P equals P2 equals. The choice of a unit of measurement for prices completes the system, giving us as many equations as there are unknowns. The first equation alone determines the rate of profit. This is to be expected, since the first industry produces a commodity by means of that commodity alone. Both means of production and wages are composed of commodity 1, R is therefore equal to the surplus product of the first industry divided by the capital advanced, which is physically homogeneous with the surplus product, R equals 1, A plus M, F. Let us now return to Marx's formula, rewriting it to highlight its salient characteristics. SS, plus S2N equals E plus VEJ plus VJ plus E2 plus V2. SJ/S2 equals EJ plus VJ plus VJ, plus E2 plus V2 plus VJ, plus equals New Jersey EJ plus VJ, plus N2 New Jersey EJ plus VJ, QJ plus N2 Q2 plus QJ plus Q2. In Marx's formula, then, the rate of profit is the weighted mean of the individual rates of profit of the two industries, the weights being represented by the capital values advanced. These in turn depend on the quantities produced in the industries. In our example, New Jersey equals SJ underscore IJ, 1, E, plus VJ, AGJJ plus MFIJ, equals AJ plus M, F equals R, whereas N2 will as a rule be a different magnitude. The figure N will therefore fall between New Jersey and N2 and will coincide with R. In other words, it will coincide with the actual rate of profit only if Q2 equals O. Real cost and exchange value 59. More generally, if the system is composed of a large number of industries, and if wages are physically determined by the subsistence goods required to reproduce labor power, then the rate of profit is determined in that part of the system made up of industries directly or indirectly producing wage goods. The prices for the remaining industries are adjusted on the basis of the prices and rate of profit calculated in this part of the system. The rate of profit as calculated by Marx coincides with the actual rate only under certain conditions, for example, 1 if the organic composition of capital is equal in the various industries, 2 if the composition of total output is identical to the composition of the aggregate of commodities, both means of production and wage goods, that must be advanced to obtain that output. 35. The first case is self-evident, since commodities are exchanged in accordance with their values. In the second case, although production prices will generally differ from values, the identical composition of the surplus product and the aggregate capital advanced means that the rate of profit will be the same whether calculated on the basis of prices or values. As has already been pointed out, the equation R equals 1T, in other words, the invariability of the relation C in the transition from values to prices, does not imply that is invariable. Consider a system composed of just two commodities, a means of production and a wage good, and assume that case 2 obtains, in other words, that the composition of total output and of total advances is identical. Let Y and 5 denote the quantities advanced of means of production and wage goods respectively. We then have equals YUJ, while the same ratio, measured in prices of production, is /FJ5U2 up to. These two magnitudes are equa 1 and on y1 112 equals pi, but if, as is generally the case, I, then since CW equals RS, and WIV, then W hashtag V in sum, then, we may conclude that unless the methods of production and / or the composition of output are exceptional, the actual rate of profit is not the same as the rate calculated by Marx. From which it follows that profits cannot be considered the result of a redistribution of total surplus value. 6. Price formation and commercial capital. The whole of Capital Volume 3 is dominated by the idea that prices are formed by the redistribution of total surplus value. We shall not dwell on absolute rent, except to note that Marx holds that it arises from the exclusion of the surplus value produced in agriculture from this redistribution, a consequence of the monopoly of power of the landowning class. Let us return, however, to commercial capital. The exclusion of circulation costs from value must be confirmed through the determination of prices. It must therefore be shown that the general rate of profit, the magnitude that appears on the surface, is formed, once commercial capital is included, by a uniform distribution, in proportion to capital advances, of the surplus value produced in the industrial sector. Let us again examine the simplest possible example. 36. To avoid all complications, we shall assume that production occurs through direct labor alone, without constant capital, and that the same is true for circulation. The advances of the commercial and industrial capitalists therefore consist solely of wages. Let L be the value of the social product, i.e. the labor necessary to produce the commodities, and M be the labor expended in circulation. Let W be the value of one unit of labor power, i.e. the labor embodied in the wage goods required to reproduce that unit. The surplus value produced is then LW. But a portion of this must replace the commercial capitalist's expenditure on wages, which amounts to MW. Total profit is therefore L. Want is distributed uniformly between industrial and commercial capitalists. The rate of profit is obtained by dividing the profit, i.e. the surplus value that remains available for distribution, by the total capital advanced, which is composed of capital advanced in production plus that advanced in circulation. The rate of profit, then, is LWN equals W. Prices are formed on the basis of the rate of profit calculated in this way. For a given commodity, let A be the labor embodied and 11 the labor expended in circulation. The wholesale price is then A, after circulation, the price is A plus I1 W equals W underscore A plus I1 L plus M. For the aggregate of commodities, 38 the wholesale price is LW, and the final price LW plus MW equals L. There now arises a problem similar to that posed by the transformation presented in Chapter 9 of Capital Volume 3. Labor power has both a value and a price. The value of a unit of labor power is the labor embodied in the wage goods required to reproduce this unit, let it be denoted by W. Let Z be the labor required for the circulation of this aggregate of commodities. Its price is, L. Which coincides with W only if equals 11, that is, if the labor embodied 38 wholesale prices are lower than values. The difference, L plus, LWMW, goes to the commercial capitalists. This is exactly what Marx has in mind. See Capital Volume 3, p. 293. 62. In the aggregate of wage goods stands in the same ratio to the labor required for the circulation of wage goods as L does to M. If we make this assumption, then the rate of profit and the prices calculated by Marx's method are correct. To see this it is sufficient to calculate the rate of profit directly. Let WI be the price of a unit of labor power, and R be the rate of profit. The price of wage goods per unit of labor power is WW plus 1. ZWI, which must equal W. It follows that R equals ML, W, but since Z equals YW, we have R equals W equals N. It follows at once that directly calculated prices correspond to those calculated by Marx's method. But once we abandon this assumption about the ratio between circulation costs and the production costs of wage goods, the simultaneous calculation of prices and the rate of profit turns out differently. As in the example presented in section 5 above, the simultaneously calculated rate of profit is unaffected by what happens outside the production, and in this case circulation, of wage goods. Under Marx's method of calculation, by contrast, all sectors of the system influence the rate of profit. We must therefore conclude that the profit that accrues to the commercial sector and the recovery of capital advanced for pure circulation costs cannot be strictly considered deductions from the surplus value produced in the industrial sector. What we have seen so far is sufficient to illustrate the difficulties of Marx's idea. And of course, if we abandon both the hypothesis that no constant capital is involved and the simplification concerning the capital advances of commercial capitalists, these difficulties are compounded by those arising from the differing organic compositions. 39. 7. The impasse of Marx's project. As we have seen, Marx himself was the first critic of transformation. Real cost and exchange value 63 through the redistribution of surplus value on the basis of capital values advanced. He did maintain, however, that the necessary correction for prices of production would not affect the conservation of aggregate quantities. On the one hand, prices must ultimately be reduced to quantities of labor, on the other hand, however, and this was Marx's intuitive premise, it is certainly possible to do so, the labor embodied in all the commodities produced and that portion of it which exceeds the labor required to produce the means of subsistence of the workers and replace the means of production expended in the process, cannot be altered by the distribution of profits among the capitalists. The principle of real cost, in other words, the idea that labor constitutes the real cost of the goods produced, was already inherent in the work of Smith and Ricardo, where it implied a logic of production in general. This idea, together with the belief that the quantity of labor, the effort that has gone into the production of the goods, must be reflected in the exchange of commodities, leads to the identification of value with labor. This proposition in turn implies that an attempt must be made to reduce actual exchange values to labor. The formation of prices, as regards both the uniform distribution of profit and the determination of commercial profit, can then be considered the effect of a redistribution of total surplus value as profits. The propositions that underlie the theory can thus be confirmed by analysis of actual phenomena, which can be shown to conform to the essence of the theory, even if not immediately. Understood in this strict sense, Marx's approach encounters an insuperable obstacle in the determination of prices. In the following 2 chapters we shall consider whether it is possible to enumerate aspects of Marx's investigation that can be disengaged from the labor theory of value. Appendices. Further on Marx's formula for the rate of profit, let us return to the conditions under which the actual rate of profit 64 corresponds to that calculated according to Marx's method. 40 We will consider a system composed of n industries. Let Q equals Q2, Qj be the row vector of the quantities produced. M equals Mn, the column vector of the quantities of labor directly required per unit of output. A equals, where IC is the quantity of the commodity K consumed as means of production in industry I per unit of output, I equals, the quantities of means of subsistence that determine the wage per unit of labor power, F equals ML equals, B equals A plus F equals, P the column vector of prices of production, R the rate of profit, W the wage per unit of labor power. Let us assume that Q satisfies the condition QBQ. The system of prices of production is, equals PW equals IP. Inserting the expression for W into the first equation, BP equals P. If we arrange the industries so that those producing wage goods, whether directly or indirectly, appear first, the matrix B assumes the form, B equals FBLL2J, where BLL and B22 are square and BLL is irreducible. The commodities of the system produced by the industries represented by BJJ are 40. This appendix assumes a detailed knowledge of Sraffa's production of commodities by means of commodities and some knowledge of the elements of the theory of positive matrices. Real cost and exchange value 65 basic commodities as defined by Sraffa, wage goods being included in the means of production. 41. All the commodities of this first group enter, directly or indirectly, into all the others, whether of the first or second groups, at least through the wage goods. Non-zero elements thus appear in each row of B21. Let us further assume that the standard Rthi 042 of matrix B11 is smaller than that of B22. If we denote the vector of the prices of the basic commodities by P1 and of the non-basic ones by P2, the system may be written thus. Bj equals pi. B21 Pj plus B22 P2 equals P2. The rate of profit is determined solely by the system of basic commodities and is equal to the standard ratio of that system. If we insert pi and r into the second group of equations, we get P2, which is positive by virtue of our assumption about the standard ratios of the two groups of commodities. Let us now make the calculation by Marx's method. Equals, underscore q, qb. C plus v c plus v, qb. This is dependent on the entire matrix B and not only on Boolean. The equality it equals r implies that q, qb, equals r qb. That is, q I23, where is greater than 0 but sufficiently small that qb1, q, which is always possible since qbq. It is easy to show that r equals tr holds in the real system as well. The whole question of the equality of Ran tr can be usefully restated in geometric terms. Let us assume, for the sake of simplicity, that B is irreducible. The set of vectors Q such that qb1, q, qo, is a cone, which we shall call Q, contained in the cone of vectors having no negative components. While R depends only on B, tr, the rate of profit as calculated by Marx, is a function of Q. Real cost and exchange value 67 and 1 lk equals k underscore equals dash l underscore 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 nl. Qkk equals 1. The vectors that satisfy the condition 1L equals R are those belonging to the hyperplane M, the equation of which is, nnrk1. Since QB equals minus 1 QQ asterisk, plus RQ asterisk lies within the cone Q. The intersection of Q and M is therefore a space of dimension n, 1, contained in Q. If n equals 2, this intersection is reduced to the line T. It is for this reason that in constructing our example we have had to resort to a system composed of 3 industries. Thus, only if n equals 2 is it generally true that 1L equals R, if and only if the organic compositions are equal or if the system is in standard proportions. Since the set of vectors for which 1L equals R is of dimension 1 less than the cone Q, it is legitimate to assert that R-1L, apart from exceptional cases. By the same method we could also examine the necessary NFF. D. FHISHDCC ISU L Klent Konltlans or TE equa LTLESV equals W and V equals W. The idea of an iterative process. The need, espoused by Marx, to correct the calculation of prices of production by considering cost prices equal to values suggests that this calculation may be viewed as the first step in an iterative process which, beginning from values, leads by successive approximations to prices of production and the rate of profit. And indeed such a process is conceivable. Let us examine the simple system we used in section 4 of this chapter. Using the symbols introduced in the first part of this appendix. 68. F equals FML F0, B equals BTL. NL and T1 are therefore solutions. By iterating Marx's procedure we thus arrive at the correct result. But, naturally, the aggregate equalities no longer hold. Moreover, the quantities of embodied labor play no special role. As is immediately apparent, the identical result would have been obtained, and would generally be obtained even in other examples, if the starting point was, for example, the weights of the commodities, or even any other series of positive numbers. Observing the successive steps of the iteration, it is easy to see that if total surplus value is calculated on the basis of prices obtained from values according to Marx's procedure, the result is the magnitude QTO, QBTO. This magnitude, exceptional cases aside, is not the same as CLI, QB2, which is the surplus value. In other words, what is redistributed are surplus values that change continually during the procedure. The claim that the quantity of value is conserved during the iterative process is thus devoid of meaning. Production prices and organic compositions. For first approximation production prices, that is, prices calculated by redistributing surplus value on the basis of capital values advanced, the following proposition holds: if the values and production prices of commodities 1 and 2 are denoted by 3 and Li2 and Pi and P2 respectively, then, provided that J21 equals 2, L, J23 Li2 3 Li2 3 Li2 70, respectively. This is immediately evident, since, if we let 0 denote the rate of surplus value and Wi the organic composition of industry I, then, Pi I Li Ci plus 6 equals Wi. And this is a strictly increasing function of Wi. If we consider the total product, equals 1. It follows that the price of a commodity is greater than, less than, or equal to its value depending on whether the organic composition of the capital that produces it is greater than, less than, or equal to the organic composition of social capital as a whole. Moreover, if the organic composition of the industry producing gold were equal to that of total social capital, then the sum of the prices of production of the total product, as expressed in gold, would equal the sum of the values of the total product, also expressed in gold. Or, if the organic composition of the wage goods sector were equal to the organic composition of total social capital, the value and price of labor power would be equal, as would total value and the sum of all prices, and total surplus value and total profit too. One thing must be stated immediately, however. The organic composition Psi is equal to Psi where Mi is the quantity of labor Vm directly necessary in industry I. Thus, for example, Ci2 if and only Cc62 if L.1. In other words, the proposition stated above can be MLM2 reformulated, substituting I for. This means that the inequalities between ratios MCJ determine those between the ratios Pi, whatever the II Li composition and level of wages. For example, if CIC2 then JPMLM2 ILL, however much below its maximum the wage may be. If prices are calculated correctly, however, the proposition is no longer universally valid, as may be seen from what follows. 44. Real cost and exchange value 71. Let us start from the case in which the organic compositions are equal in industries 1 and 2. The proposition we must disprove is this. C1 C2. If M1 equals M2 then commodities 1 and 2 are exchanged according to the labor embodied, for every level of the wage. Let us solve the system of production prices, P equals 2, ALMW if we measure in terms of labor commanded and we expand the matrix to, ALPL equals M plus AM plus M slash plus M slash plus M slash plus M slash dash equals 111, ABCC as is easily seen, the equality of the organic compositions in industries 1 and 2 implies. If we let A equals L, B equals L, C equals L. 2 3 feet 4 inches. M equals M2 equals 1, M3 equals. The last mentioned equality holds, but M slash equals M3 equals whereas M slash equals BM equals 1 dash. M6 M2 M3. On the basis of this example, it is now a simple matter to construct a CCP slash P2L case in which, and, nevertheless, or vice versa. Let us F. IVVJ.LJ.L2LL9 evil for the rate of profit, such that, for example, J.LJ.L2. Real cost and exchange value 73. PJL, pi-1-4j, and 1 to 42 for each given rate of profit are continuous functions of a, b, c, mj, mb, mj. Let us hold all these magnitudes constant at the values previously determined, except for mj. For the continuity mentioned, there is a neighborhood of I', let us say the interval RTYJ, T plus YJL such that if mj remains in that interval, then 'tis less THP2BHH. And 1 to 42, UT as mj veins WLT 10T at one interval, we move from CJC2 VJV2 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 the view that the proposition stated at the beginning of section 3 of this appendix is unaffected by the correct calculation of prices of production is prevalent in works on the transformation problem written before the publication of Production OJ Commodities by means OJ Commodities. 45 This is exemplified by the work of Seaton, who demonstrates its validity in a special case but never considers what happens in general. 46. 4. Marx and prices of production, the subsequent debate. 1. Solutions of the transformation problem. In the previous chapter, especially its first two sections, we emphasized the distinguishing feature of Marx's investigation of prices of production. His aim was not merely to determine those prices, but to account for their divergence from values. Only if such differences offset each other, if the aggregate quantities remain the same, is the basis on which value is determined, which is obscured by these differences, confirmed by analysis of the prices of production. From Bortkiewicz onwards, everyone who has attempted to solve the transformation problem has invariably viewed Marx's transformation purely as an analytical expedient through which prices of production can be reached on the basis of values. They have interpreted the aggregate equalities either as an unimportant aspect of this expedient or as merely a choice of numeraire for prices, or, finally, as a particular hypothesis about the industry producing the money commodity. It is not our intention to present an account of these attempts, nor to go into great detail. It will be sufficient to set out the results in their definitive form and to examine them in the light of what has by now been well established, that prices of production can be determined on the basis of the production methods in each industry and of wages, expressed in terms of any commodity. Two types of solution of the transformation problem can be distinguished. 1. When determining prices of production through a system of Marx and prices of production 75 simultaneous equations on the basis of the quantities of the various commodities produced and used, these quantities can be replaced by quantities of embodied jabur. In place of a given quantity, of wheat measured in quintals, for example, the labor embodied in it can be substituted, provided, of course, that the same substitution is made every time wheat is considered, whether as a means of production or as a product. This is a particular application of the general possibility of altering the physical measure of any commodity. Naturally, the prices of production obtained on the basis of quantities of embodied labor will differ from those obtained using physical quantities measured in their natural units, just as, for example, the measure of wheat in quintals differs from its measure in tons, or the measure of meat in quintals from its measure in kilos. The rate of profit, however, obviously remains unchanged. In the final analysis, these are the main features of the attempted solutions that stand in the tradition of Bortkiewicz. It should be noted that the quantities of labor embodied in different commodities cannot legitimately be added up, any more than quintals of wheat and quintals of meat can be summed. Labor therefore figures in these calculations only as a physical measure, and not at all as a cost. This, then, is an instance not of the transformation of values into prices, but of the determination of prices through one particular physical measure of commodities. The important thing is the simultaneous calculation. The quantities of labor are an otherwise useless tool. 2. On the basis of investigation of production methods, the quantities of embodied labor can be determined. These are linked, through a reversible linear relationship, to the quantities of directly necessary labor. The quantities of direct labor can then be expressed as linear functions of quantities of embodied labor. On the other hand, given the wage in physical terms, the rate of profit can be calculated. Once this is known, prices of production can be expressed as functions of the quantities of direct labor and thus, in turn, as functions of values. Point 2. The aggregate equalities often appear in works on the transformation problem. As we saw in the previous chapter, what is involved here is either the choice of particular units of measurement for prices, or equalities between prices and values expressed in gold, obtained by means of special hypotheses. Seaton speaks of them as postulates of invariance. 3. The term postulate seems quite inappropriate in these cases. To posit, for example, that the sum of prices is equal to the sum of values is not to state a postulate or even an important proposition of economic theory, any more than the choice of a particular unit of measurement for weight is a postulate or important proposition in physics. 4. But we have already discussed at length why Marx's problem has nothing to do with the unit of measure adopted, nor with any particular hypotheses about the structure of production methods. In the last analysis, however they have been conceived and presented by the authors who have worked on the problem, these transformations consist in a determination of prices of production and the subsequent establishment of relationships between prices of production and values, or better, quantities of embodied labor. 5. As for Marx's idea the analysis of prices can confirm that labor is the source of value. Such arguments, to the extent that they are based on a correct determination of prices of production, or to the extent that they represent steps, however imperfect, towards such a determination, speak negatively. To the extent that such arguments are presented as solutions to the problem of the derivation of prices from values, and to the extent that this problem as such is attributed to Marx, they confuse aspects of Marx's transformation that are admittedly closely linked but can and must be distinguished. Let us examine this latter point. The proposition that prices of production result from a redistribution of surplus value can be understood in two ways. First, however prices are obtained, it could mean that aggregate quantities of value and surplus value are conserved, which is to say that the rate of profit is CFV. Second, it could mean that prices can be obtained only from values through a procedure consisting of the redistribution of surplus value as profits. There is no doubt that Marx had in mind this second, stronger meaning, namely that the determination of prices could only be a derivation from values, but it is the first that is really significant if the validity of the law of value is to be confirmed. In other words, since Marx considered prices of production the result of the redistribution of surplus value, his determination of them was indeed a derivation from values. More important than the general contention that prices of production can be derived from values, however, is the particular way they are derived, since if the derivation is the one Marx held to be valid, then not only are prices determined, but the law of value is confirmed. For Marx, there is no problem of the derivation of prices from values as such, the objective is rather to determine prices and examine their divergence from values. Once it has been established that the determination Marx holds to be the only possible one, wherein the divergences between values and prices are compensated in the sum of all prices, is neither necessary nor correct, the derivation from values becomes a mere inessential aspect of the determination of prices. To continue to hold that it is the central aspect of this determination helps to confuse questions that, in the light of what is now well established about prices of production, should be sharply separated. 6. We may conclude as follows: prices of production can indeed be derived from quantities of embodied labor, but only to the extent that these quantities, as physical measures, are substituted for natural measures, or through use of the relationship between these quantities and quantities of labor directly employed. Quantities of embodied labor are in no case transformations of values into prices. Marx held that embodied labor was the magnitude of value because it represented the real cost of the products. This identification raises both the problem of its confirmation in the analysis of actual exchange values, whose relationship to quantities of embodied labor cannot be arbitrary, and the idea that such confirmation can be achieved because actual exchange rates are determined solely by the redistribution of surplus value, for that is the heart of the notion that labor is substance. If we leave aside whatever claims the various transformations make as regards Marx's problem, it is nonetheless the case that they have indeed definitively clarified the determination and investigation of the variations of prices of production and the rate of profit. At this point we must return to the distinction, mentioned at the beginning of chapter 3, between the problem of the refutation of the notion that advances of capital generate profits and the place of this problem in Marx's more general approach to value. As will be seen, if the question of capital as the source of profit is dealt with otherwise than it is by Marx, then the simple determination of prices of production, discarding any attempt to derive them from values, is sufficient to resolve this question while ruling out any possibility of advances of capital being regarded as an autonomous source of value. Before broaching this argument and drawing some general conclusions, however, we must pause to examine two works by Sraffa, his Introduction to Ricardo's Principles and Production OJ Commodities by means OJ Commodities. To Ricardo, Sraffa and Real Cost. As we have already noted, Sraffa holds that the problem of value in Ricardo's work is strictly subordinate to the determination of the rate of profit. His hypothesis that product and advances of capital were homogeneous in agriculture enabled Ricardo in his writings before the Principles to separate the determination and study of the variations of the rate of profit from the determination of exchange values. The rate of profit, he argued, is determined by a ratio between quantities of wheat. The exchange values of commodities other than wheat adjust themselves such that the rate of profit is the same for all investments. 7. Once the wheat hypothesis was abandoned, in the Principles and in his later work, however, Ricardo encountered a fresh problem: the magnitudes whose ratio determines the rate of profit depend on prices, but prices are not known unless the rate of profit is known. Once he has thus pinpointed Ricardo's problem in determining the rate of profit, Sraffa then defines the problem of value which interested Ricardo. It was how to find a measure of value which would be invariant to changes in the division of the product, for, if a rise or fall of wages by itself brought about a change in the magnitude of the social product, it would be hard to determine accurately the effect on profits. 8. Further on, Sraffa speaks of the function of the theory of value in Ricardo's work. Ricardo's aim was to make it possible, in the face of changes in distribution, to measure changes in the magnitude of aggregates of commodities of different kinds, or, what is even more important, to ascertain its constancy. 9. When it comes to determining the rate of profit, the heterogeneous aggregates are advances and total output. Ricardo sought a commodity such that these aggregates, when measured in it, would become independent of the rate of profit. The latter could then be determined once the aggregates were known as physical entities. But the simultaneous constancy of two heterogeneous aggregates despite changes in the rate of profit implies the constancy of each exchange value. 10. Yet the factors that cause exchange values to vary with the rate of profit are the very ones that provoke differences between exchange values and ratios of quantities of embodied labor. Hence the characteristic of the invariable measure, since it must neutralize the causes of such variations, it also eliminates the differences. The absolute values of commodities must therefore be proportional to quantities of embodied labor. In other words, the only way to eliminate the variations was to eliminate the differences, but it was the variations and not the differences with which Ricardo was really concerned. Ricardo was not interested for its own sake in the problem of why two commodities produced by the same quantities of labor are not of the same exchangeable value. He was concerned with it only in so far as thereby relative values are affected by changes in wages. The 2 points of view of difference and of change are closely linked together, yet the search for an invariable measure of value, which is so much at the center of Ricardo's system, arises exclusively from the second and would have no counterpart in an investigation of the first. 11. Sraffa's exposition of the order in which Ricardo dealt with these problems isolates and highlights the function of the theory of value with respect to the objective of determining, and studying variations in, the rate of profit. Ricardo sees the identity of value and labor exclusively in the context of the problem of measurement, which arose once he abandoned the hypothesis of his early works. Indeed, Ricardo subsequently disregarded this identity, implicitly treating it as a residual factor of little interest. The case we wish to argue here is based on those passages enumerated in the introduction, in which Ricardo identifies value with embodied labor for reasons extraneous to the exchange of commodities, for example the passage from absolute value and exchangeable value quoted earlier. This passage is preceded by a discussion of the invariable measure as a means by which to examine variations in exchange values over time. Ricardo interrupts his analysis of one example to reassert vehemently that value is identical to labor because of the principle of real cost. Shortly afterwards, labor is again posited as the basis of value because it is labor that produces, that the greater or less quantity of labor worked up in commodities can be the only cause of their alteration in value is completely made out as soon as we are agreed that all commodities are the produce of labor and would have no value but for the labor expended upon them. He then immediately returns to the problem of the invariable measure, referring to the difficulties that arise when variations in distribution are taken into account. Though this is true, it is still exceedingly difficult to discover or even to imagine any commodity which shall be a perfect general measure of value, as we shall see by observations which follow. 12. Ricardo is dealing with variations in exchange values that result from changes in production methods and shifts in the distribution of income between wages and profits. His attempt to render this second cause inoperative leads him to the conclusion that absolute values must be proportional to quantities of embodied labor. However, this idea that it is necessary and possible to find a measure that makes exchange values impervious to variations in wages, in other words, proportional to quantities of embodied labor, a measure inherent in the logic of exchange, is founded on an argument that is not derived from the nature of exchange, namely that labor is the ultimate means by which objects are produced and that consequently value is a measure of labor expended. This is clear in the passages quoted above, in which the idea of an invariable measure is immediately connected to value and its foundation on labor on the basis of the principle of real cost. A perfect measure should exclude changes arising from variations in distribution and should thus reflect only modifications in quantities of embodied labor. This counterposition between real and apparent modifications inherent in the logic of exchange is paralleled by one external to that logic and based on a general conception of production and the role of labor within it. It is to this second counterposition that Ricardo is referring in the passages we are examining here. The perfect measure should reflect only changes in value, embodied labor, since all commodities are the product of labor and would have no value if labor had not been expended in their production. This concept of something independent of exchange called the real cost of products and the connection of this concept with the characteristics of an invariable measure that on the contrary depends on exchange may perhaps account for the persistence in Ricardo's investigation of an idea he himself considered almost obviously untenable. To anyone examining the problems of prices of production and the rate of profit in the light of recent solutions, Ricardo's concept, extraneous as it is to the nature of exchange, may seem an obstacle to research. But at a time when there was no adequate way to broach directly the questions raised by the interdependence of prices and the rate of profit, it was the basis for the formulation of a correct and fruitful view of the mechanism of profit formation. We will return to this at greater length below. There are thus two interwoven aspects of Ricardo's discussion of the invariable measure, its function in the context of the theory of profit, and the principle of real cost, which Ricardo emphatically reasserts from time to time, almost as if to counterpose a higher rationality and reality to variations in exchange values that do not result from changes in production methods. Of these two aspects, Sraffa emphasizes only the first, neglecting the second. Indeed, one of the major points of production OJ commodities by A1 OJ commodities is that the rate of profit can and must be determined without recourse to any concept extraneous to the logic of exchange. Given wages in terms of any commodity, the quantities of labor directly required and the quantities of commodities produced and employed in each industry are all that is necessary to determine both the rate of profit and prices of production. The methods of production, which are descriptions of industries, can be replaced by quantities of dated labor. 13. The description of industries through successive quantities of dated labor is fully equivalent to the description through methods of production. It should be noted that it is essential to know the distribution in time of the labor expended in the production of commodities. Both for methods of production and for successive quantities of dated labor, we are dealing with aggregate magnitudes computed from material production solely in order to determine prices and the rate of profit. 14. This reduction of methods of production to quantities of dated labor makes it possible to show very simply that the rate of profit may be determined once wages are given in terms of any commodity, and to study how the rate of profit varies with wages. If wages are given in terms of commodity AL5 and if this commodity is also chosen as the measure of prices and wages, we have APA equals LA plus LAD plus R, plus, where LA LA1, are the quantities of labor required at different times to produce the quantity A of the commodity A. It is immediately apparent that the rate of profit is determined once wages are given and that as wages rise the rate of profit falls. SRAFA's invariable measure, the standard commodity, is less significant and sometimes overestimated, 16 although not by SRAFA. This measure guarantees the invariability neither of prices of production nor of the aggregates discussed above as wages vary. It corresponds to Ricardo's invariable measure only to the extent that it is similar to the weight of those of his works that precede the principles. The value of the totality of its means of production as expressed in this measure does not vary with distribution. In other words, SRAFA shows that within the real system, with given inputs and outputs, there is hidden an industry that can be obtained by bringing together proper portions of real industries such that the commodity produced by this industry is identical in composition to the aggregate of its means of production. If wages are expressed in terms of that commodity, then the rate of profit of the real system can be immediately determined as a ratio of two quantities of that commodity, without any need to determine prices. Furthermore, if wages as expressed in the standard commodity vary, the rate of profit varies inversely, as follows directly from the way it is determined. There is, however, one important difference between the standard commodity and the wheat of Ricardo's early work. There, wages were directly expressed in terms of wheat because they were given in terms of wheat. But when that particular hypothesis about agriculture and wages is abandoned, the relationship between the rate of profit and the wage rate as expressed in the standard commodity appears to have a purely interpretative function. This point is exemplified by the fact that when this relationship is used to prove propositions in which wages are expressed in some other commodity, it must always be accompanied by other arguments designed to support the proposition without reference to the standard commodity. To clarify this point, let us examine the argumentation by which SRAFA arrives at the following assertion: if the wage is cut in terms of any commodity, the rate of profits will rise, and vice versa for an increase 0f the wage. 17 SRAFA proceeds thus. First he considers the reduction equation for a commodity, API equals LA plus LA IW plus, where PA and where expressed in the standard commodity. He then uses the linear relationship between 1 and R to conclude that when W falls and rises, /2 arises. Next, W he notes that PA does not depend on the measure used for PA and WW thus, if R rises, regardless of how prices and wages are measured, then prices rise relative to wages, which is the proposition to be demonstrated. As we have seen, however, the same conclusion can be reached directly by simply measuring prices and wages in terms of the commodity with respect to which wages, the independent variable, fall. Is. In sum, then, the standard commodity is a purely subjective device that may be useful in rendering the subject matter in question more easily comprehensible. It is not at all indispensable to the substantiation of the major propositions of the theory. The preceding paragraphs have been directed primarily against overestimation of the standard commodity, which has a purely heuristic function in SRAFA's book and does not figure amongst its central propositions. 19 We have dwelt on SRAFA's work in order to establish the ideas and conclusions that make it possible to preserve the deeper meaning of many of Marx's own assertions. The following section shall be devoted to the exposition of a line of interpretation that seeks to do for Marx what SRAFA did for Ricardo, to isolate and analyze the function of value in his theory. 3. Profit and surplus labor. Let us now return to Marx's critique of the idea that capital is the source of profit and the role of the labor theory of value in this critique. As we have seen, the origins of this idea lie in Smith's contention that exchange occurred in proportion to embodied labor only in the period prior to capitalism and that profit is an autonomous component of price determined independently of wages. 20. Ricardo's attempt to demonstrate that Smith's position was incorrect was never carried to completion, for difficulties were encountered in considering the uniformity of the rate of profit. The gaps in Ricardo's analysis, Marx argued, had enabled Smith's interpretation to survive. Malthus bases his polemic against Ricardo's definition of value entirely on the principles advanced by Ricardo himself, to the effect that variations in the exchangeable values of commodities, independent of the labor worked up in them, are produced by the different composition of capital as resulting from the process of circulation. In short, on Ricardo's confusing cost price with value and regarding the equalization of cost prices, which are independent of the mass of labor employed in the particular spheres of production, as modifications of value itself, thereby throwing the whole principle overboard. Malthus seizes on these contradictions in the determination of value by labor time, contradictions that were first discovered and emphasized by Ricardo himself, not in order to solve them but in order to relapse into quite meaningless conceptions and to pass off the mere formulation of contradictory phenomena, their expression in speech, as their solution. 21. And further, Malthus uses the material provided by Ricardo against the law of value, and turns it against him. 22. Smith begins with the mere existence of profit and concludes that it is an autonomous source of value. Malthus begins with the unresolved difficulties of Ricardo's treatment of exchange values, namely Ricardo's uncertainties about the uniformity of the rate of profit, and again concludes that profit is an autonomously determined addition. More particularly, Malthus's idea that the profit contained in the price of a commodity is a surplus above the labor embodied in the commodity. 23 is directly derived from Smith's original confusion between the value of labor power and the value that labor power adds to the means of production. Profit is therefore to be accounted for by exchange, while surplus value is said to result because the seller sells the commodity above its value. 24 However, what he thus gains as a seller of a commodity, he loses as a buyer of another, and it is absolutely impossible to discover what profit is to be made in reality from such a general nominal price increase. It is in particular difficult to understand how society as a whole can enrich itself in this way, how a real surplus value or surplus product can thus arise. 25 The passages devoted to Malthus in the third volume of Theories of Surplus Value deal with the same themes as Chapter 4 of Capital Volume 1 and the opening chapters of Capital Volume 3, where Marx broaches the problem of the origin of profit. His argumentation is composed of two different strands, which are woven together by Marx but can in fact be disentangled. Let us begin with the first strand. The idea that profit is an addition to the labor embodied in commodities, Marx argues, obscures the material basis of profit, which is surplus labor. In other words, if there are profits, they represent purchasing power over a portion of total social product. In that case, however, the total labor time expended is necessarily greater than that embodied in the commodities acquired by the workers. This aspect of Marx's argument emerges with particular clarity in another passage directed against Malthus. Marx begins by assuming that the value of money given in exchange for labor power is equal to the value the worker adds to the means of production. In that case, profit can only arise from a surcharge added by the seller over and above the real value of the commodity. 26 Then he considers the capitalists in the wage goods sector. They can make a profit as follows: the commodities for which they paid the workers 100 thaler will be sold back again to them for 110 thaler. That means that they will only sell 10/11ths of the product back to the workers and retain 1,111 for themselves. But what else does that mean but that the worker who, for example, works for 11 hours, gets paid for only 10 hours, that he is given the product of only 10 hours, while the capitalist receives 1 hour or the product of 1 hour without giving any equivalent. 27 This passage is particularly significant, because in it Marx goes so far as to admit the possibility that real wages may be determined not directly by the relationship between labor power and capital, but indirectly by the capitalist's ability to make additions to the cost price. But he does so only to conclude that profits, however determined, cannot exist without surplus labor. 28 Marx replies to the idea that profits originate from exchange by asking this question: where do the funds for the profit come from? Where does the surplus product in which the surplus value manifests itself come from? 29 The answer, it bears repeating, is based on a precise distinction between the labor that labor power adds to the means of production and the labor embodied in the commodities for which wages are exchanged. This analysis in terms of embodied labor, which Marx counterposes to irrational views based on the superficial observation of prices, is connected to his determination of prices of production and the rate of profit. This brings us to the second aspect of his argumentation. If one begins with commodities and the profits contained in them, one must conclude that surplus labor is a precondition of profits. Moreover, surplus labor furnishes an exact measure of the amount of profits. But the idea that profit is an autonomous source of value can also be criticized from the standpoint of exchange. Indeed, profits are determined the moment wages are given in terms of commodities, and it thereby becomes impossible to consider these profits an independent addition to the labor embodied in commodities. Marx's transformation leads to the contention that profits are surplus labor and are therefore constituted by the difference between the labor embodied in wages and the total labor expended. Once again, then, if wages are given in terms of commodities, then the fraction of total labor expended required to reconstitute them is also given, while the remaining fraction produces the surplus product in which the surplus value manifests itself. The magnitude of this surplus value is precisely the magnitude of total profit. The analysis of production in terms of embodied labor, the specification of the value added by labor power, and finally, the subsequent transformation enable Marx to uncover the surplus labor concealed behind profits and simultaneously to depict prices of production precisely. He thereby clarifies the points Ricardo had left unsolved, which had made possible the persistence of Smith's error. Now, keeping in mind the correct solution to the problem of prices of production, let us re-examine these two aspects of Marx's criticism. We shall find that their unity on the basis of the labor theory of value must be sundered, but each of the two aspects, taken singly, can be fully maintained. First, the assertion that so long as there are profits, however determined, there must be surplus value is completely independent of the theory of value and prices. It arises strictly from the analysis based on embodied labor and from the simple observation that profits represent purchasing power over portions of total output. 32nd, if the contention that capital advances are the source of profit is directly assaulted on the field of prices of production, Sraffa's analysis can resolve all the difficulties. The possibility that there may be some source of value other than labor is ruled out by stirpating the problem of the source of value itself. The analysis of prices of production disposes of the idea that labor is the wellspring of value, while the valid concept this idea had generated, that profits are subtractions from wages, is maintained. The conclusions presented by Sraffa and Garignani in the early 60s, and the approach based on separating the labor theory of value from labor value as such have given rise to various attempts to reinterpret and reformulate Marx's theory. The most noteworthy of these was presented by F. Vianello in 1970. He emphasized the results obtained by analysis of value, by which he meant the first point stated above, that the surplus product that underpins profits is real, as is the surplus labor corresponding to it. In particular, basing himself on the vertical integration of industries, Vianello showed that the total employed workforce may be viewed as divided into two parts, one which produces, directly and indirectly, the aggregate of wage goods, and another which produces directly and indirectly, the surplus product. In this manner, Vianello argues, it is possible to see a characteristic of the workforce as a whole that is hidden from each individual worker by the division of labor, a characteristic that is immediately evident under some pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, the corvée for example. It is this: the toiler labors for himself during part of the working day, while the remainder is estranged from him in favor of those who take no part in production. 32. In this context, Vianello views the analysis of value as a useful cognitive instrument, but when it comes to prices of production, he is well aware that the various transformations are useless, and he therefore determines these prices directly from the methods of production, without relating them to values. 34. It is my view that Vianello does not make it clear that what he is really talking about is the role the concept of embodied labor can play, but he is not talking about embodied labor as value in the sense that Marx does. Thus, while his rejection of spurious solutions is wholly lucid, he gives the impression that he would like to defend the labor theory of value even though he implicitly discards it. But the more important question, on which Vianello places great emphasis, is this: analysis in terms of embodied labor permits the revealing of the exploitation concealed by prices of production, namely the extraction of surplus labor. This is a characteristic capitalism shares with all the modes of production that press it. There is no doubt that this is just what Marx meant when he spoke of exploitation, and that to some extent his concern was precisely to uncover the surplus labor that lies behind prices. There is no need to marshal a long list of quotations to support this thesis. It is sufficient to note the opening passage of Section 2 of Chapter 10 of Capital Volume 1, which begins, "Capital did not invent surplus labor," and concludes with a list of the exploiting classes of history, capitalists included. This is a vital point and cannot be left at the mere observation that Marx considered surplus labor and hence exploitation a feature capitalism shares with other modes of production. The problem is rather to establish the relative importance of this proposition in Marx's theoretical system and to locate it in the theoretical framework we are now considering. The authors against whom Marx argues that surplus labor is the reality that lies behind prices are, principally, Smith with his idea of prices as the addition of autonomous components, Malthus and Torrens. These writers do, however, share one premise with Ricardo and Marx: when discussing value, they reason on the basis of a given total production. Marx therefore counterposes surplus labor to their positions on profit, which are wholly irrational in the light of this common premise. 35. But the existence of surplus labor behind profit cannot be used, as it often is nowadays, as an argument against the marginal theory of distribution, for here the premises are no longer those of the classical economists. Output is not a given in the theory of value, it is a variable, and the fraction of net production that becomes the capitalist's income is related to the increase in product generated by a marginal increase in capital. No self-respecting marginalist would deny that the labor embodied in wage goods is less than the labor embodied in the net product. Marginal theory must be assailed, and has been, successfully, on a different field of battle. It must be demonstrated that it is impossible to formulate a coherent and meaningful theory of profit based upon the marginal productivity of capital. 36. Let us now leave marginal theory and return to Marx. We have stressed the vital role of exploitation, or the extraction of surplus labor, in the refutation of the idea that capital is the source of profit. We have likewise seen that the demonstration that surplus value is the basis of profit constituted a definitive confutation of the absurd material analyses of production Marx was attacking. But there was more. The theory of prices of production and the assertion that they could be reduced to labor rendered that confutation a consequence of the positive affirmation that labor is the sole cost. Marx thereby negated not only those apologetic propositions but also every possible alternative. The comparison with past modes of production was then effected on the basis of a law common to them all, obvious in pre-capitalist periods, demonstrated by science in the era of capitalism. The assertion that capitalism exhibits a universal law under which labor stands at the center of production burdens Marx's propositions about a continuity between the conditions of labor under capitalism and in earlier times with positivity. Once it is recognized that it is impossible to rigorously posit labor as the sole real cost, then the observation that the capitalist mode of production has exploitation in common with preceding modes, and similar assertions as well, acquire different meanings. They are then valid for what they deny, for the refutation they imply and on which they are based, of any apology for profit, rather than for what they affirm. 37. But the most important aspect of Marx's discussion of exploitation is the second one, where he concentrates on the features that distinguish capitalist exploitation from all previously existing forms. Surplus labor is counterposed to the notion that profit arises from exchange, since surplus labor is the material precondition for the existence of profit. But the point then is to understand how it is possible to extract surplus labor under a system of social relations that arises from the elimination of the direct subordination of individuals. Moreover, while combating the potentially apologetic mystification upheld by Ricardo's opponents, Marx also advanced the thesis that capitalism promoted a historically unprecedented expansion of the productive forces. In this context, he viewed the capitalist primarily as the servant of capital, the unwitting agent of accumulation. Marx's whole analysis is not so much designed to emphasize the relationship of exploitation on which this accumulation is based, rather, his aim is to expose this relationship and to combat any apologetic attempts in order to pinpoint both the true function of capitalism in history and the real roots of its necessary disappearance. We will return to the latter point, Marx's development of the idea of the anarchy of commodity production in the theory of crises, in the last chapter. It is useful at this period to return to Vianello's interpretation of Marx. He distinguishes and isolates the various functions of the labor theory of value in Marx's argument, leaving aside all that has to do with the development of the idea that labor is real cost and the approach connected to it, emphasizing what can be preserved. Good reasons for neglect of the themes to which such great attention has been paid in this book can be found if Marx's work is read primarily through the prism of the critical tasks to which the labor theory of value is directed. It could then be maintained that the idea that embodied labor constitutes real cost is important for what it refutes rather than for what it affirms. When Marx counterposes embodied labor as real cost to cost price, i.e., capitalist cost 38, his aim is to refute the theory that profit is an extra arising from exchange. In any event, Smith, progenitor of the idea that profit is an autonomous source of value, did indeed confuse cost price and value. In the passages of the Grundrisse in which Marx counterposes labor as positive activity to Smith's concept of labor as sacrifice 39, it is evident that his point of departure is the refutation of Senior's contention that the sacrifice made by the capitalist should be added to labor as a part of cost. Denial that capital is a source of value in any sense and determination of profits as a subtraction from wages are the elements of the rationale kernel of the thesis that labor is real cost. The point here, however, is not to discuss whether this can also serve as a starting point for the reconstruction of the development of Marx's thought. Our emphasis has been the autonomy that the thesis that labor is real social cost acquires Marx's work, its development independent of the problem of exchange, and the dominant role it plays as both approach and premise in Marx's determination of prices of production. What was Ricardo's point of departure for an investigation centered on the problem of the rate of profit becomes for Marx the basis of a systematic treatment of all phenomena related to the production and exchange of commodities under capitalist conditions. The necessity of fully highlighting the naturalist element that constitutes the explicit basis of Marx's labor theory of value becomes evident if one considers the tradition that began with Marx, especially the research of recent years on Marx's themes. The lack of any critical analysis of the notion of a law of production in general and of the contention that this law necessarily asserts itself under commodity production as the law of value has led to a division of Marxist ranks into two trends, a paralyzing orthodoxy and unconvincing attempts to reformulate Marx's propositions. At bottom, this is the defect of Vianello's book. He locates and develops what we have called the rational kernel of the theory of value without first identifying and explicitly eliminating the naturalistic element in which Marx envelopes this kernel. On the other hand, since the orthodox school regards the loss of the form Marx's analysis possesses when based on the labor theory of value as tantamount to the demolition of every proposition on which Marx's construction rests, works like Vianello's encounter almost insuperable opposition. It should be clear by now that my own book is in no way an attempt at conciliation. On the contrary, I hold that the way forward begins with Sraffa's definitive clarification of the problems left unresolved by both Marx and the classical economists. But the acceptance of these results and their integration into the body of Marxism is impossible without profound changes and radical excisions. Most important of all, the foundation upon which Marx holds the entire construction to be based must be laid bare and subjected to criticism. For the value of labor power and equal exchange. The proposition that profit originates in exchange has two different meanings as criticized by Marx. To the first, Marx counterposes surplus labor as the precondition of profit. But the idea that exchange can generate profit does not necessarily entail the error in the material analysis of production Marx ascribes to Malthus. Precisely in one of the passages directed against Malthus, one of Marx and Prices of Production 97, those cited above, Marx admits, though only for an instant, the possibility that profit may be obtained through price increases. An examination of this point will lead us to a discussion of the concepts of the value of labor power and of equal exchange between the latter and capital. In Chapter 20 of Capital Volume 3, Marx describes how capital, in the form of commercial capital, obtained profits before the rise of capitalism in the proper sense of the word. There is no need to burden the argument with lengthy quotations, for the crux of the matter is quite simple. The operation M.C.M.J. was based on circulation, on buying cheap to sell dear, and profit was therefore profit upon alienation. In the final analysis, the source of this profit lay in the inability of the producers to dispense with the mediating services of the commercial capitalist, and in the feeble competition among the commercial capitalists themselves. So long as merchants' capital promotes the exchange of products between undeveloped societies, commercial profit not only appears as outbargaining and cheating, but also largely originates from them. 40 Now, if one reads Chapter 5 of Capital Volume 1 while bearing in mind this section of Volume 3, one cannot help noticing a close kinship between the two arguments. In Volume 3 we are told, to buy cheap in order to sell dear is the rule of trade. Hence, not the exchange of equivalents 41 but the problem of surplus value under developed capitalism must be approached on the assumption that commodities are exchanged at their value. The transformation of money into capital has to be developed on the basis of the immanent laws of the exchange of commodities, in such a way that the starting point is the exchange of equivalents. 42 The feature that distinguishes capitalism properly so called from the era of commercial capital, then, is embodied in the fact that the problem of profit must now be examined under the hypothesis of exchange according to value. This hypothesis brings together two distinct objectives. First, profit upon alienation must be excluded. Marx's argumentation can be summarized thus: in exchange, any privilege of buyer or of seller is a privilege enjoyed by all simultaneously. Second, the hypothesis of exchange of equivalents is accompanied by a distinction between value and market price. This implies not only the exclusion of profit upon alienation, but also abstraction from profits and losses caused by fluctuations in market prices. Thus, the formation of capital must be possible even though the price and value of a commodity be the same. 43 Inverting the order of these 2 points, we note that on the one hand normal profits must be explained. On the other hand, in no sense can these normal profits be considered profits upon alienation. Marx's solution to the problem is, of course, well known. Since surplus value cannot arise from buying cheap and selling dear, it can originate only FWM, the transformation, in production, of the commodities bought by the capitalist with money. The value of the commodities produced consists exactly in the value of the means of production plus the living labor employed. But what the capitalist has paid for is not this living labor but rather the value of the labor power, the use value of which is precisely the performance of living labor. Further, the value of labor power, like the value of all commodities, is determined by the labor required to produce it, which in this case is fixed by the consumer goods necessary to sustain the worker. We shall return to this point shortly. For the moment, however, let us see whether Marx's argumentation is linked indissolubly to the labor theory of value. Can the entire problem be formulated in another way? If the hypothesis of exchange according to value is to exclude profit upon alienation, care must be taken to ensure that both labor power and whatever wages are paid with are included amongst the commodities assumed to exchange at their value. In other words, what is really important is not that, say, steel and wheat be exchanged according to the quantities of labor embodied in them, but rather that the money paid out in exchange for labor power purchase commodities that contain exactly the quantity of labor represented by the value of the money and the value of the labor power. In sum, once money is exchanged for labor power, profits are fixed once and for all and thus originate solely in this exchange. Let us now try to reformulate this line of argument. The primary function of exchange according to value is to rule out the possibility of profits originating, either temporarily or systematically, from differences in price at varying times or places. This is done equally well by the system of prices of production. The possibility of profit upon alienation of the sort described in Chapter 20 of Capital Volume 3 is thus excluded. 44. There is, however, another way to lend meaning to the idea of profit upon alienation. Profit could originate in the capacity of the capitalists to raise the purchase price, a capacity the possessors of labor power lack. It is here that the second function of the hypothesis of exchange at value becomes relevant. Once the exchange ratio between labor power and money is given, all exchange ratios both between labor power and other commodities and among these commodities are fixed. Everything therefore depends on the exchange of money for labor power. In this respect too, prices of production can be substituted for values. The hypothesis of exchange at value, however, has an even stronger implication if its function is formulated in this manner, not only that the exchange ratios of commodities are determined once the exchange ratio between labor power and money is determined, but also that they are independent of that ratio. This, however, is actually inessential, since what needs to be established is only that once the exchange between labor power and capital has occurred, there is no other way to extract profit, for everything has already been decided. To put it another way, what makes the exchange between labor and capital equal is not that labor power is exchanged for the money wage exactly in accordance with embodied labor, but that this exchange definitively determines how much of any commodity labor power can purchase. Buyer and seller meet and freely conclude an exchange the content of which will not be subsequently modified by any ability of the capitalists to raise prices relative to the commodity in which labor power has been paid. Let us approach the question from yet another angle. According to the hypothesis of exchange at value, the exchange of money for labor power is a special case of the exchange of any two commodities. The norm of embodied labor is valid universally. If the argument is put directly in terms of prices of production, however, a pronounced asymmetry appears to arise, since as long as the exchange ratio between labor power and money is not determined, neither are the exchange ratios of other commodities. But here again the difference is only apparent. Carefully considered, the essential element of Marx's definition of the value 6F labor power lies not in that it is a certain quantity of embodied labor, but rather in the way this quantity is defined. The generalization of commodity production and the simultaneous complete separation of the workers from the means of production turn labor power itself into a commodity. In itself this implies a separation between what is given in exchange for this commodity and the use to which it can be put once it has been purchased. The transformation of labor power into a commodity itself entails an objective social process through which it acquires a reproduction cost just like any other commodity. The socially objective character of the cost of reproduction of labor power means that in general certain quantities of given commodities must be considered normal subsistence, even by the workers themselves. Hence the standard of normal habits of consumption in the definition of the normal wage. 45. It is therefore clear that the labor theory of value is relevant to the definition both of labor power as a commodity and of equal exchange only because of the role it plays. The essential elements of Marx's argument are, first, the definition of the historical conditions under which labor power becomes a commodity and the consequent establishment of the subsistence wage as an objective social category; second, the determination of distribution in the direct exchange between capital and labor power. The equality of this exchange means that the capitalists and workers, as free and equal owners of commodities, cannot alter what they have received from this exchange. Profits and the appearance that the exchange between labor power and capital is equal result from the independence of wages with respect to the way labor power is used and from the acceptance of a given wage as equivalent to the labor power yielded, since it covers its cost of production. This has a meaning different from the theory that profits originate from surplus labor. It is no longer a matter of analyzing production in terms of embodied labor, from which it follows that surplus labor is the material precondition for profit. Rather, the origin of profits lies in a social relationship, the reduction of labor power to a commodity and the manner in which its price is socially determined make it possible for surplus labor to appear in commodity production. 46. All this can be conserved, for it is not linked indissolubly to the labor theory of value. What should rather be carefully discussed is whether it is possible to uphold a theory of wages based on the notion of subsistence, even if historically determined, under present-day capitalism. In particular, it does not seem that wage bargaining in money terms and the complexities of inflation, with the central role played by monetary authorities, can be considered specific instances of the theory of wages of Marx and the classical economists. 5. The response to Sraffa. 2. Orthodoxies. If prices cannot be obtained from values in the manner Marx indicated, then all his propositions concerning the nature of capitalist production, formulated as they are in the terms and language of the labor theory of value, must be profoundly and carefully reconsidered. Such has not been the attitude of orthodox Marxists, however. The approach common among them is exemplified by the violent attack on Sraffa and the Neo-Ricardians by M. Lebowitz in his article Current Crisis of Economic Theory. 47. This article, which offers an outstanding example of polemic through the counterposition of quotations to arguments, accuses Sraffa of a variety of sins: treatment of capital as a thing rather than as a relation, the inability to explain clearly the source of profits, the tendency to find formal solutions which began from surface forms as a premise, the conception of production relations as natural rather than historical. 48. Sraffa was concerned to determine prices under the assumption that the rate of profit was uniform. In reality, as he has shown and contrary to what Marx thought, this is a problem of economic theory in its own right. In so doing, Sraffa demonstrated that some of the quantitative relationships among the surface forms can be investigated without recourse to deeper explanations. In other words, he confined himself to analyzing magnitudes that Marx thought could be obtained only by starting from values, but the reason for this deliberate limitation has nothing to do with any alleged vulgarity of the author's approach, as is often blithely assumed. On the contrary, the limitation is integral to the analysis. The difference from Marx is profound, and it is useful to emphasize it, but it is vital to understand that the problems Sraffa's analysis implies for Marxist economists are crucial. They must be faced squarely, and not avoided through empty chatter about grand themes, such as that capital is a social relationship or that the social relations of production are historically determined, reducing to mere rhetoric terms that Marx defined with great precision. For Marx these themes were not incantations to be invoked as a prelude to scientific analysis, but were fused with it and determined its development, while at the same time proof and refinement of them were to be sought in the analysis itself. Lebowitz's article includes a proposition that is without foundation but widely accepted nevertheless. He maintains that Sraffa's prices of production are identical to those that would be ascribed to products in a socialist economy in which development was planned. And, to demonstrate the good fit of the Sraffa model to a distinct social system is to underscore its inappropriateness as a representation of capitalism. 49. It is probable that Lebowitz is alluding to the implications of optimal growth theory. Let us examine what this theory actually entails. It can be assumed that a socialist economy, if one can speak in such general terms, would plan production over a given period of time, opting for the most desirable alternatives on the basis of socially established criteria of preference. In this connection there is a proposition known as the turnpike theorem, which may be formulated as follows. Let us say that the objective is to produce a certain package of goods, of given composition, within a specified number of time periods, starting from given quantities of goods. Now, first consider the route that would permit the achievement of the greatest production of that particular composition, next consider the path of uniform growth at the maximum rate. The theorem then states that the optimal path remains close to the turnpike, except for a number of periods which depend on the proximity desired but not on the time schedule on which the plan is based. 50. In other, rather imprecise, words, the best course is to move most rapidly to the path of uniform growth, to stay on it as long as possible, and to depart from it only at the end in order to obtain the desired composition of output. If the planning schedule is reasonably short, the number of periods spent close to the turnpike may be very small. If it is long, then uniform growth at the maximum rate prevails, but in that case the hypothesis of given technology would seem to have little sense. 51. The turnpike theorem is paralleled by another proposition, which may be the one Lebowitz had in mind. The production techniques that would yield uniform growth at the maximum rate are those that would be chosen by capitalists, on the basis of prices entailing a uniform rate of profit and of maximization of that rate. It follows from this proposition that the prices determined by capitalist competition should also be adopted in an efficiently planned society in order to orient industry's choice of techniques. Now, according to these hypotheses, the longer the planning schedule, the more accurate this proposition becomes. For planning periods consistent with the hypothesis of given technology, however, it is not at all certain that optimal growth would be close to any uniform growth path, nor is it certain that the best techniques would be those yielding the maximum rate of growth, nor, finally, that the prices that would properly orient optimal choice of technique would entail a uniform rate of profit. A uniform rate of profit is thus a guide to efficiency only for planning periods long enough to make the optimal path sufficiently independent of the initial and final output compositions. 52. In general, prices of production do not coincide with planning prices, as should be expected since the two systems of magnitudes spring from utterly different considerations. Several recent works utilize the analytical tools developed by Sraffa in connection with Ricardo's problem of the invariable measure to deal with Marx's transformation problem. In several passages of chapters 9 and 12 of Capital Volume 3, Marx speaks, after having expounded and discussed the transformation of values into prices, of a capital whose organic composition is equal, or approximately equal, to that of total social capital. This capital would appropriate exactly its own surplus value, while other capitals would give or take surplus value from other spheres of production, depending on whether their organic composition was lower or higher than average. Marx also makes use of a capital of average organic composition in Chapter 11, when he examines how prices of production and the rate of profit vary with changes in distribution. 53. On this basis some economists have supposed that Marx's central objective in the chapters on transformation was to distinguish a commodity whose characteristics were such that the rate of profit for the industry producing it, calculated on the basis of values, would be identical to the rate of profit for the system as a whole. This idea originated with Meek 54 and has recently been put forward again, although in very different ways, by A. Medio and J. Eatwell. Medi 055 considers the set of industries that, directly or indirectly, produce wage goods, and takes these industries in such proportions that total production has the same composition as the aggregate of the means of production and advances of wage goods. In this imaginary system, the rate of profit, which is identical to that of the real system, can be calculated following Marx's method, as a ratio between total surplus value and total capital value. Eatwell, by contrast, uses the standard commodity, that is, he considers only basic commodities. In accordance with Sraffa's second definition. 56 he then expresses wages in the standard commodity, in other words, he imagines that wages are paid in the standard commodity. On this basis he calculates the rate of surplus value and finds that it is linearly related to the rate of profit. The results of these studies demonstrate exactly the opposite of what they were intended to prove. They actually show that Marx's idea of compensation of differences between surplus value and profits applies only in certain special cases. To put it another way, Marx's approach, strictly interpreted, cannot be realized. Moreover, Marx concentrates primarily on differences between prices and values, in explicit counterposition to Ricardo's interest in variations. The latter standpoint is the only important one if the primary concern is to determine the rate of profit. It is only in this context that it makes sense to seek a commodity endowed with average properties. 57 Marx's problem, however, is mainly to gauge the total labor and surplus labor reflected in prices and profits. It is therefore the rate of profit of the real system that must be obtainable as a ratio between surplus value and capital value. Marx's definition of average commodity is wholly subordinated to the idea of the redistribution of surplus value. When constructions like those of Medio and Eatwell are raised against Marxists who reject the consequences of Sraffa's results 58, they merely counter the prevailing orthodoxy with a new, less rigorous variety. It consists in an attempt to sustain results achieved by isolating the unctions of the labor theory of value in the work of the classical economists and in a search for instruments other than the labor theory of value that can fulfill them. In the meantime, a few quantities of embodied labor are grafted on and the entire endeavor is cast in Marx's terminology. What is actually acquired in the polemic against the anti-Sraffians, however, is not a new orthodoxy but a full clarification of the consequences of Sraffa's results and a decisive critique of the roots of the prevailing orthodoxy in the work of Marx. 59. Appendix. Further on pro/it and surplus labor. We shall now re-examine the connection between profit and surplus labor discussed in section 3 of this chapter. Let us suppose that production for each industry is given and that there is a non-negative difference between the quantity of each commodity produced and the quantity of that commodity used as a means of production. Let us further suppose that the prices of all commodities are positive and contain positive profits. The capitalists can therefore replace the means of production used up and purchase part of the net product. But the labor embodied in the net product is identical to the labor directly employed in the system. Thus, since profits purchase part of the net product, wages purchase commodities that embody less labor than the total contributed by the workers. The difference is surplus labor. The same can be said even if there are some negative components of the net product. Now let us consider the aggregate of commodities bought by the workers. Imagine a system in which the net product has exactly the same composition as the aggregate of commodities purchased by the workers in the real system, and the quantity of labor directly employed is the same as in the real system. It is possible to reproportion the real system in this manner, and thus to create a net product with no negative components, so long as the system is productive, but this is also the condition for the quantities of embodied labor to be positive. 61. In our imaginary system, in which prices and wages are posited as identical to those in the real system, the proposition first demonstrated for a system in which there were no negative components of the net product remains valid. But the labor embodied in the commodities purchased with wages and the total labor expended are identical in both the real and imaginary systems. Examination of the case in which there are negative components of the net product is merely a theoretical exercise. The existence of surplus labor as a precondition for the existence of profits may be seen as an obvious consequence of the fact that profits represent purchasing power over total production and of the definition of embodied labor. As we have seen in section 3 of this chapter, this proposition must not be overestimated. Neither, however, should it be underestimated, as I myself have done. 62. Marx had to deal with the confusion created by Smith's mistake, which had led to the absurd notion of profit without surplus labor. His distinction between the value added by labor power and the value of labor power was a fundamental step forward. In my 1974 article I expressed irritation at the superficial treatment of Marx by some economists. 63. But this does not justify the ahistorical allegation that the proposition ought to have been obvious to Marx. Nevertheless, that the proposition appears rather obvious to those equipped with the analytical tools available today, and that it was formulated against opponents long since vanquished, must be emphasized in order to combat the tendency to treat the proposition as the ultimate goal of analysis. V. Capital without the labor theory of value. 1. Marx's naturalism. We know that Marx's idea of the relationship between values and prices does not lead to correct results. But we also know the source and weak point of the entire structure. Considerations about the natural background of commodity production tell us nothing about the way commodities are actually exchanged. Prices of production and quantities of embodied labor can be determined from production methods. But no accurate meaning can be attributed to the proposition that prices are somehow a manifestation of values, the result of a transformation of the latter. What counts is not embodied labor but the distribution in time of the quantities of labor whose sum is embodied labor. 1. There is no eternal natural law underlying the capitalist mode of production. What do exist are material elements of production which are reflected in exchange relationships, but on the basis of laws arising from the capitalist mode of production alone. It is not the case that a measure of difficulties independent of the social mode of production manifests itself under capitalism, rather it is supplanted by magnitudes that reflect the need to distribute profits uniformly but that are not related to embodied labor in the simple way Marx believed. The influence on capitalist production of production in itself is far more limited than Marx thought. On the other hand, the labor theory of value as expounded in Capital is an instrument with which to establish propositions about the mechanisms by which capitalism functions and to refute false and potentially apologetic notions about the origin of profit. Although Marx's labor theory of value in any form that ascribes rigorous significance to the identification of value and labor is untenable, an accurate discrimination of its functions in Capital makes it possible to disengage these propositions and refutations from the formulation they assume in Capital. Fresh investigation of some of Marx's themes may thus be initiated. The greater part of recent Marxist work on the relationship between values and prices, however, points in an opposite direction. The labor theory of value has become a bastion to be ended at all costs. At the same time, no real attempt has been made to get to the bottom of why Marx identified value with labor. That is why there has been no accurate distinction between the many functions of the labor theory of value in Capital on the one hand and the foundation of the theory itself on the other. That is also why there has been no enumeration of the objectives towards which a reconstruction of Marxist theory must strive. The result is a staggering volume of effort consisting of two sorts of projects, rather meaningless models designed to highlight quantities of embodied labor, and disjointed attacks on Sraffa and the Neo-Ricardians. Defenses of the labor theory of value in the name of the need to delve beneath surface appearances to grasp the deeper, rational basis of reality are rarely accompanied by an understanding that Marx held that this basis consisted in this proposition: behind the price of production of commodities stands value, their real cost. This proposition in turn goes back to an analysis of production in general and to Marx's idea, untenable, as we now know, that a natural law must necessarily assert itself in commodity production. To be sure, it is indeed necessary to delve below surface appearances. But there is no point in continuing to attempt to do so in terms that encounter insuperable obstacles or lead to propositions devoid of meaning. 2. Capital without the labor theory OJ value 3. 2. The movement of capitalism. Let us extend the analysis begun in Chapter 3 with an examination of how Marx links the labor theory of value to the mechanism of profit formation and the concept of capitalist exploitation. The discussion may be divided into two parts. First, it must be shown that some of the central propositions of Marx's theory can be maintained without the labor theory of value. Next, we can delineate the changes in the way these propositions must be viewed as a result of the abandonment of the labor theory of value. To begin with, what is the function of the labor theory of value in formulating laws governing the phenomena of capitalist development? Everything Marx says about accumulation in Chapter 25 of Capital Volume 1, which in a certain sense synthesizes the entire book, his analysis of the cyclical movement of accumulation as a function of the swelling and deflation of the industrial reserve army, stands or falls independent of the labor theory of value. I make no claim to have treated this point exhaustively. It is sufficient to recall that the fluctuation of the organic composition of capital, so essential in Chapter 25, depends on fluctuations in the technical composition, which is the real independent variable. The organic composition rises because machines replace human workers. The labor theory of value is not indispensable here, we can refer directly to the technical composition, because everything depends on the form technological progress assumes. 3. In other words, Marx's theory can be reformulated through the theory of prices of production without any effect on its strength or weakness. 4. The same can be said for the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Here the significant variables are once again the organic composition and the rate of surplus value. Here too it is apparent that Marx's analysis requires no reference to the labor theory of value and that its strengths and weaknesses remain unchanged. 5. In general, there is no reason to believe that to jettison the labor theory of value is to demolish those propositions of capital in which the functioning of capitalist accumulation is positively presented. On the contrary, the difficulties Marxists face in this field are wholly unconnected to the labor theory of value. 3. Commodity fetishism. Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism is also presented in terms of the labor theory of value. Individual human labor performed by the producers independently of one another appears to them as the values of commodities. But it is clear that the considerations which this formulation expresses in terms of the theory of exchange value can be formulated differently. What really counts is not so much that quantities of embodied labor, in the shape of values, seem to men to cause the movement of the things called commodities, but rather the form of the fetishism Marx discovers in the behavior of commodity producers. The question is not whether the theory of fetishism stands or falls with the labor theory of value. The real problem is to develop Marx's suggestions about the forms fetishism assumes in the course of the history of capitalism. The passages of Capital Volume 1 devoted to fetishism simply point to the general form of a relation between men in which the producers of commodities, because of their atomistic behavior, perceive the labor expended in the production of these commodities as their objective law of motion. Now, however, we know the origin of the formulation of this argument in terms of the labor theory of value. For reasons quite independent of the question of fetishism, Marx holds that in the final analysis the theory of value has to do only with quantities of embodied labor. It is obvious that in the treatment of the relation between me and things which is fetishism, human labor alone figures on one side of the relation. But this is only because of an autonomous elaboration of value. Once the difficulties of the labor theory of value have been discovered, however, we know that the laws that stand outside the control of the producers, and appear to them as natural laws, cannot be traced back to quantities of labor. The reality is more complex. Quantities of labor are bound up with the necessary uniformity of the rate of profit such that taken in itself the labor embodied in commodities is no longer a significant magnitude. What appears to the producers in the form of exchange value cannot be reduced simply to the measurement of the obstacles encountered in the production of commodities, it is rather a matter of magnitudes that have lost all natural significance. But this does not demolish Marx's theory of fetishism. On the contrary, the historical dimension of capitalist production is even more strongly emphasized. The exchange values of commodities do not express meaningful magnitudes outside the context of capitalism. The real problem lies elsewhere. Once again, lack of interest in the reasons for the labor theory of value is reflected in an inability to distinguish Marx's formulation, obviously cast in terms of the labor theory of value, from the general form of fetishism he discovered, the result being the complete stagnation of the theory. The real problems lie in finance capital, monetary institutions, the great concentrations of capital, trade unions, and so on, which are the subjects of fetishism. There is no point in continuing to discuss at the highly generalized level of independent private producers. The theory of fetishism is the highest point of the critique of political economy. The scientific structure that culminates in Ricardo's principles is assumed to reflect truly the laws of motion of the capitalist system. Nevertheless, Marx argued, it remains limited to the viewpoint of this mode of production. Although it advances an image that conforms to its object, it fixes that object as the mode of production in general. The result is that what is actually valid only for commodity production appears to political economy to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. 6. As we have seen, this critique concerns primarily Ricardo and the best aspects of Smith. 7. It should not be confused with Marx's critique of Malthus, for example, or of the Smith who upheld the addition theory of value, or of the outright degeneration of the classical school into vulgar economy. Such cases involve not fetishism accompanied by true propositions, but mystifications, entanglements in mere surface appearances. In this respect, Marx continues the work of Ricardo. 8. It is important to emphasize that Sraffa's production of commodities by means of commodities is conceived in these sorts of terms. The diffidence of so many Marxists towards Sraffa probably results in part from confusion about this point. They have not understood that the object of Marx's theory of fetishism is a theoretical representation he considered correct but criticized as such. As we have tried to show, this object must be subjected to substantial modifications, although this does not rule out the possibility of criticizing it along the lines indicated by Marx. 9. For the anarchy of commodity production. I have argued that the functions of the labor theory of value in various sections of Marx's analysis can be separated from the theory as such and that many of Marx's propositions can be reformulated. The list of such propositions could be extended, and paralleled by a second list of those that must be jettisoned. But such an exercise would be of little interest unless it was preceded by an attempt to clarify the consequences of the abandonment of the labor theory of value for the definition of the limitations and objectives of Marxism as a science. The idea that underlies the labor theory of value has already been analyzed. For Marx, social production in general is the distribution of total social labor among the members of society. Labor differentiates man from other natural beings. Labor is the capacity to act consciously and collectively within the limits of the laws of nature, and thus, within these limits labor is freedom. The things that are produced are, in general, none other than this labor embodied in objects. This and this alone belongs to the essence of associated human life. On the other hand, there are the particular forms in which associated human life is expressed. These can be classified according to the position labor occupies in them. Communism represents a form of social organization that corresponds completely to that essence, a synthesis of the primitive unity of mankind and the complete development of the productive forces. Capitalist society, as Marx sees it, stands in a twofold relation to the essence of associated human life, for it is simultaneously its manifestation and negation. It is a manifestation because behind a historically determined form stand the laws of production in general. It is a negation because these laws of social production operate in a highly asocial context. Now, and this is the whole point, this approach becomes science, in Marx's view, through the demonstration that the laws of commodity production are subordinate to the laws of production in general, and the whole burden of proof rests upon the labor theory of value. If it is true that products are nothing but labor, then we must discover this labor beneath the surface appearance of commodity production. Whatever the form in which value appears, be it price of production, circulation cost, money, it must be traced back to labor. If this task is successfully completed, if it can be shown that contrary to appearances labor is the sole source of value, then labor is confirmed as the essence of production. The goal of communism, as the overcoming of the alienation labor suffers under capitalism, is thereby legitimized. Marx's proposition that labor as real social cost is value is accompanied by his assertion that the task of science is to verify that all the rest consists only of the forms in which value, and therefore labor, is manifested. 10. If prices 0 f production cannot be traced back to values and thus to labor, then we are faced with more than the mere recasting of a theory consistent with the uniformity of the rate of profit, for such a task can be accomplished only after reconsideration of the entire structure. Now, where does Marxism stand with respect to all this? To begin with, the untenability of the labor theory of value does not spring from the discovery of an alternative source of value. On the contrary, prices of production express only the condition of the uniformity of the rate of profit and nothing more. One of the tasks Marx ascribed to the theory of value, to show that the notion that capital produced value was an illusion, has been largely accomplished, and Marx's intuition partially confirmed. Marx believed this could be done only positively, by tracing prices back to labor. We now know that it can be done by considering prices alone. Thus, while the aspect of Marx's theory that states that commodity production must be shown to be a manifestation of the essence of production in general must be abandoned, there is a complementary aspect that can be fully recovered. In it, commodity production is presented as the very antithesis of associated human life, a fragmentation unprecedented in history. This is why, Marx's theory holds, the labor that produces commodities appears as value and not as a conscious measure of production. The preeminent place in Marx's theory of the real oppositions of capitalist society is a consequence of this second aspect of the relationship between commodity production and production in general. It is this aspect that must be grasped and maintained. Marx was alone among economists in placing crisis at the center of his portrayal of capitalist society, exactly because he considered that society both manifestation and negation of production in general. In other words, the prominence of the anarchic aspects of capitalism in Marx's thought is rooted in the idea that the essence of human social life is not atomized individual decisions devoid of coordination. Those familiar with Marx may consider this idea a platitude. But to understand why it can be the foundation of a new science striving to transcend its own object, it is only necessary to contrast it to the predominant economic thought of the latter half of the 19th century, and even to that of the classical economists. Let us look again at these two aspects of the relationship between commodity production and production in general. The first aspect entails the attempt to prove that value is a manifestation of labor, which is therefore confirmed as the sole active source of production. This aspect must be abandoned. Some important results, however, directly or indirectly rooted in the works of Marx and Ricardo, do remain, achieved through the critique of the idea that capital is a source of value, both in the form in which this idea assumed in Marx's time and in that assumed in marginalism. Marx's objective has been achieved, albeit only by refuting what it was intended to negate. Although the positive aspect of Marx's view of the relationship between commodity production and production in general collapses, the concept that capitalism is the very antithesis of social production must remain the central one of the investigation. In this context we can return to Marx's theory, particularly those aspects of it that arise from the general idea of the anarchy of commodity production, such as the theory of money and of crisis, and continue the process of disengaging it from the labor theory of value. 5. Teleology in historical materialism. We must now note, however, that the abandonment of the labor theory of value does entail a fundamental divergence from Marx. Reference to social production in general remains the linchpin of Marxist scientific argumentation. Social production in general, however, is an ideal concept the manifestations of which cannot be found, or demonstrated, in commodity production. It is important to emphasize that the idea that capital is productive of value, which was the target of Marx's attack, must not be confused with the productivity of capital of the marginalists. Here we are implicitly establishing a continuity between Marx and the writers who have made the greatest contributions to the critique of marginalism. 118. If Marxism begins from the anarchy of capitalist production, this is surely because it views the present mode of production in opposition to production in general. The latter, however, is not an entity endowed with its own laws making it evident, but only an end to which knowledge is orientated. Marxism as science is characterized by its focus, within the capitalist totality, on the real oppositions of that totality. It then develops as the theory that these oppositions cannot be extirpated. Bourgeois economics, by contrast, assumes the compatibility of the forces at work within commodity production. It then develops as the theory of harmony and welfare. 12. With this in mind, let us return again to the problem of fetishism. When I asserted that Marx's approach to this question could be conserved regardless of the validity of the labor theory of value, I was inflecting that approach in the light of these last considerations. The inversion that is fetishism for Marx is an inversion with respect to an essence so real as to dominate commodity production, in the form of the law of value. From my point of view, too, there is an inversion, but with respect to an idea, that if production were organized consciously, the products of labor could be shorn of their form as commodities. Naturally, this idea has its real foundation in the history of capitalism and the real movement for communism, but no science could possibly show it to be necessary. But this does not mean that Marxism is reduced to a utopia. On the contrary, the centrality it ascribes to the divergences of capitalist production from consciously organized production is an extremely rich source of positive scientific progress. The critique of Say's law, which for Marx was an almost immediate consequence of the lack of coordination of individual decisions on which the concept of capitalist anarchy was based, was incorporated into marginalist theory only with great difficulty, after the shock of the crash of 1929 in this sense, as a theory whose object of study is capitalism and which, in order to understand it, begins by recognizing that it is different from and opposite to planned production. Marxism is scientific socialism. 13. This whole argument represents a significant divergence from what Marxists generally mean by science. We have become accustomed to exclude finalistic elements from theoretical discourse, an attitude very much in the tradition of Marx's own thought. Certainly I do not expect to inflect such an outlook with these brief concluding notes. But if the analysis of the theory of value that has been presented here leads to reflection on the state of Marxism as a science, that result alone will be gratifying. Postscript. There is a passage in Capital Volume 3 that demonstrates with particular clarity my argument about the basis of the identity of labor and value as Marx conceived it. He writes, although the form of labor as wage labor is decisive for the form of the entire process and the specific mode of production itself, it is not wage labor which determines value. In the determination of value, it is a question of social labor time in general, the quantity of labor which society generally has at its disposal, as it were, their respective social importance. The definite form in which the social labor time prevails as decisive in the determination of the value of commodities is of course connected with the form of labor as wage labor and with the corresponding form of the means of production as capital. Insofar as solely on this basis does commodity production become the general form of production. Point 1. Here, as elsewhere in Marx's work, we find a distinction between social labor time in general and the form it assumes when labor is paid. Wages, in other words, when production is capitalist commodity production. Moreover, the explicit admonition that the basis of the identity of value and labor must be established prior to consideration of the form social labor time assumes under commodity production is formulated so as to rule out any possible misunderstanding. The value/arm assumed by the labor embodied in products depends on the form of labor as counterposed to capital, or wage labor. The content, however, is the relative absorption of social labor time, which in general determines the social weight of each product. Under commodity production this weight assumes the form of value. The formulation here is quite similar to that stated explicitly in the famous letter to Kugelmann of July 11, 1868 and implicitly elsewhere in Marx's work. Value is the form assumed by the measurement of products in labor time under capitalism. Whatever the mode of production, products are labor. 2. When products are commodities, there being nothing but labor is hidden behind exchange relations. Political economy, Marx argues, has been able to discover, albeit incompletely, that it is labor that is manifested in those relations, but it has not managed to conceive the labor time contained in products otherwise than as the value form, or, what amounts to the same thing, it has not succeeded in distinguishing between production in general and commodity production. I should like to comment on the genealogy of this reconstruction of Marx's thought. It has been claimed that I have merely repeated an argument that has already been advanced by others. 3. This is certainly true, as I myself have explicitly pointed out. Indeed, most Marxist literature refers to some general principle to justify the identification of value and labor. 4. On the other hand, it seems to me that there is no need even to ask whether my interpretation is original, since Marx himself clearly stated the basis of his identification of value and labor. It is not a matter of extrapolating an idea somehow concealed in the text, for the project is set out transparently and completely. For my part, I have merely attempted to show how consistently the general concept of labor as real social cost is developed in Capital and elsewhere. Then, since I hold that this idea leads to unacceptable conclusions, I have maintained that the junctions of the labor theory of value in Marx's construction of a theory of capitalism must be separated from the theory as such. I shall return to this later. For the moment I would only stress that my reconstruction of Marx's theory of value is aimed above all at highlighting a point which is quite explicit in Marx and has been either completely forgotten or uncritically taken for granted by Marxist thought. At the root of Marx's labor theory of value, then, lies the idea that the measurement of products in labor must be manifested under commodity production. There is nothing particularly capitalist about this measurement, which simply ascribes to products their real cost to society, which must be done under any mode of production. The characteristic of capitalism here is only the way this measurement is asserted, since it remains hidden in the wings, so to speak, a twofold mediation being required to reach observable magnitudes. 5. This still seems to me to be a fair statement of Marx's ideas. It may, however, be appropriate to return to the general notion of measurement in labor, and to this end, to examine carefully various passages in which Marx differentiates the capitalist mode of production from others past or possible in the future. I will thus be able to develop and clarify my argument. Let us look first at 3 passages in which commodity production is compared with different modes of production: the analysis of the commodity in a contribution to the critique of political economy, the section on fetishism of the commodity and its secret in the first chapter of Capital Volume 1, and the critique of the Gotha program. In Capital, Marx cites 4 examples: Robinson Crusoe on his island, the coureur of the serf in medieval Europe, the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family, and an association of free men. The second and third examples had been previously employed in a contribution to the critique of political economy, while the first and the fourth appear only in Capital. The fourth is then developed in the critique of the Gotha program, the cooperative society that would follow capitalism. Consider first the examples common to Capital and the critique of political economy. They are used to identify this characteristic of commodity production, that in such a system individual labor becomes social in the form of abstract universality, which is unlike the other modes of production, in which the natural form of labor, its particularity, is here its immediate social form. 6. In other words, the reduction of the various useful tasks performed by various individuals to homogeneous labor, to the pure expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc. distinguishes commodity production from prior modes of production, in which the various functions of society were assigned to individuals chosen according to age, sex, etc., and the labors of these individuals were immediately social in their particularity. 2 points must be made here. First, this reduction forms the foundation of a measurement in labor in the strict sense, namely the attribution to products of a quantity of embodied labor. In other words, a genuine measurement in labor occurs only under commodity production, at least of the instances considered so far. Nevertheless, and this is the second point, while it is not a feature of every mode of production, the reduction to homogeneous labor rests on solid natural foundations. The mystical character of the commodity does not therefore arise from its use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determinants of value. For in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labor, or productive activities, it is a physiological fact that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or its form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. Secondly, with regard to the foundation of the quantitative determination of value, namely the duration of that expenditure or the quantity of labor, this is quite palpably different from its quality. In all situations, the labor time it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily concern mankind, although not to the same degree at different stages of development. And finally, as soon as men start to work for each other in any way, their labor also assumes a social form. Thus, the reduction to homogeneous labor that occurs under commodity production for the first time is not at all enigmatic. The various types of useful work are so many instances of the capacity, defined in terms of functions, brain, muscles, etc., to act consciously towards one or another end. The equalization of various human labors, while it distinguishes commodity production from previous modes of production and is the precondition for the constitution of the magnitude of value, is nevertheless a natural potential. Moreover, it is not sufficient to define commodity production completely. Marx arrives at this definition as follows, in a passage subsequent to the one just cited: men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. The central characteristic of capitalism, then, lies not so much in the reduction to homogeneous labor, although this is a feature in it alone, as in the way labor and its magnitude adhere to products, in the objectivity of value. His identification of the fetishism of the commodity enabled Marx to sharpen the difference between capitalism and previous modes of production on the one hand and the future association of free men or collectivist society on the other. The latter, Marx held, would measure products in labor just like commodity production, and therefore would also equalize human labor in the same manner, the equalization being a precondition of the measurement, but this measurement would occur as the conscious attribution of a particular social weight to products, and not, as under capitalism, as a law operating behind the backs of the producers. Let us try to summarize the argument thus far. There is no doubt that Marx holds that one can speak of a measurement in labor, understood as a genuine quantity, only under commodity production and the collectivist society that succeeds it. This measure, however, is presented as the manifestation of a natural foundation, while the distinguishing feature of commodity production, particularly with respect to the cooperative society with which it has in common the reduction to homogeneous labor, lies in the way in which the natural magnitudes are asserted, even though they are not common to every mode of production. Such are the terms of comparison Marx uses in distinguishing commodity production from other modes of production. Now, if we bear in mind what has been said about pre-capitalist social formations, Marx's use of abstractions like measurement in labor in reference to production in general seems to conflict with formulations in which reduction to homogeneous labor is cited as characteristic only of some modes of production. This is the question that I wanted to pose in regard to my reconstruction, in which I attribute to Marx the idea that value is only the form assumed under capitalism by a magnitude valid for all modes of production. This thesis, I would hold, can be substantiated, but certain points barely touched upon in my essay must be developed fully. The terms of the problem must be carefully defined. In some passages, such as the letter to Kugelmann, Marx presents the law of value as valid in general. Elsewhere, in the Grundriss, for example, there are assertions like, only because products are labor can they be measured by the measure of labor, by labor time, the amount of labor consumed in them, 11 in which the reference is to production in itself, regardless of its particular historical and social form. Finally, there are passages in which the very constitution of a magnitude of embodied labor is unequivocally described as a feature of commodity production. What is the relationship among these various treatments? In my opinion, there can be no talk of two contradictory yet coexistent lines of thought in Marx's work. If such were the case, it should be possible to distinguish periods or groups of writings. In fact, however, the two lines are found together in every period and every text. It would therefore seem more useful to attempt a convincing explanation of their coexistence. To begin with, Marx's abstractions like measurement in labor or law of nature in reference to production in general must not be viewed as concepts subsuming unrelated objects. The modes of production to which these abstractions refer are ordered within a process of development. Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. The bourgeois economy thus supplies the key to the ancient, etc. But not at all in the manner of those economists who smudge over all historical differences and see bourgeois relations in all forms of society. 12. From ape to man, we are thus dealing with the necessary transition from lower to higher forms. It is not a matter of mere differences between modes of production advanced to determine the characteristics of capitalism, but of differences directed from the simple to the complex. Marx also considers labor in bourgeois society as a more developed form of labor in pre-capitalist societies and counterposed to it as such. Indifference towards specific labors corresponds to a form of society in which individuals can with ease transfer from one labor to another, and where the specific kind is a matter of chance for them, hence of indifference. Not only the category, labor, but labor in reality has here become the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. 13. Here there are two important themes. On the one hand, the element of progress, represented by the rupture under commodity production of the bond between individual and particular useful activity. On the other hand, the generic quality that labor thereby acquires takes the form of indifference to the content of labor. In sum, labor becomes generic simultaneous with its estrangement from the worker who performs it. 14. I shall not dwell on this point. My intention is only to recall that the process of development from lower to higher forms serves as a backdrop for Marx's whole construction. 15. With this idea in mind, it seems to me easier to understand Marx's use of abstractions like measurement in labor. Sometimes these refer to features of the more complex forms of development and are pertinent to them alone. At other times, they refer without distinction to all phases of the process, to the higher stages in the strict sense, but to the lower in that these contain them only potentially, barely noticeably, and not yet developed in all its significance. 16. Genuine measurement in labor thus belongs to the higher stages of development, to commodity production and cooperative society. Here too, however, there is a directed distinction. It is my view that Marx held that measurement of labor in its pure form is characteristic only of cooperative society. Let me clarify this point. At first sight, cooperative society may appear to be an ad hoc construction designed to identify the characteristics of capitalism. Again, at first sight, it is none other than commodity production deprived of certain of its features, such as the anarchy of production, class divisions, and so on. And this is probably true, but only as regards the genesis 0f the idea, or of that of the law of nature, in Marx's thought. But if we think of Marx's presentation of such ideas as mirroring a real state of affairs, then things look very different. First comes the general law, the rational and necessary rule for attributing a social weight to products. In the cooperative society, this law is asserted consciously and immediately, together with the operations on which the measurement in labor is based, average necessary labor time and reduction to simple labor on the basis of the time required to train complex labor power. J7 value in labor, as a magnitude, is precisely the measurement in labor under the cooperative society. I have laid great stress upon this point, on the derivation of the magnitude of value from considerations external to the problem of the theoretical representation of commodity production as such, the exclusion from value of costs that arise solely from the commodity form of the product, the predominance of the logic of real cost in the determination of market value as average value, whereas the really decisive factor is the structure of industries in which varying methods of production coexist. The measure in labor of cooperative society is thus the prius of labor value. According to Marx, it is not obtained as an abstraction from commodity production, rather labor value is its specification, one of its forms. The general law, acting through values and their transformation into prices, regulates commodity production, but only as an average of market fluctuations. The point of bourgeois society consists precisely in this, that a priori there is no conscious, social regulation of production. The rational and naturally necessary asserts itself only as a blindly working average. 19. Let us now return to the problem raised at the beginning of this section. Marx's general law has one principal paradigm, the cooperative society mentioned in Capital and the critique of the Gotha program. The law that regulates the ultimate situation 20, namely the measurement of products by the quantities of labor required to obtain them, also prevails, in specific forms and at varying degrees of maturity, in the intermediate stages of the process. It is a matter, then, and this is a point on which my book is insufficiently explicit and even somewhat dubious at times, of a general law, but in a special sense, it is not that all modes of production actually conform to the law, rather, it is the central characteristic of the society towards which the historical process that embodies these modes of production is evolving. In other words, the law of value is described as the form the general law assumes under commodity production, but the general law cannot be merely what all modes of production have in common, since such an abstraction would be too feeble to permit understanding of such a complex social formation as capitalism, as Marx was well aware, for he knew that measurement in labor in the strict sense was possible only under historical and social conditions that would permit the equalization of varying individual labors. A law common to all modes of production would therefore have no quantitative content, but would amount merely to the general attribution to each product of the particular inputs required to obtain it. But then the general law, asserted under commodity production as the law of value, if it is to be sufficiently rich to be of use in explaining the whole gamut of successive modes of production, including commodity production, must be drawn from a phase of this process subsequent to all others and in this sense the most general of all. This phase is precisely the consciously organized production of cooperative society. 21. Let us now attempt to reformulate the problem critically. The labor theory of value has two functions in Marx's theoretical construction. It is used in the investigation of a strictly analytical problem relating to commodity production, namely the determination of the general rate of profit. At the same time, it is central to the analysis of capitalism as a stage in the historical process. It is my view that Marx's conviction that he had solved the problem of the rate of profit through the labor theory of value reinforced his adherence to the general idea that labor was the real cost of products, which was common to the two areas of research. But I also believe that it is not possible fully to understand Marx's analytical work without delving back to the origins of the project that guided his work. This is what I have sought to demonstrate in this book by discussing particular aspects of Marx's theory of value like the problem of circulation costs and the transformation of values into prices. The latter is dominated by the idea that it is both necessary and possible to derive prices of production from values so as to confirm the identity of value and labor. 22. The aim was not somehow to determine magnitudes that are directly observable under capitalism, but to explain these magnitudes as a specific instance of the operation of a general law. This is the project, or task of science as explicitly formulated by Marx. The roots of the project lie in the grafting of the labor theory of value, as bequeathed to Marx by classical political economy, onto the broader problematic of the fate of capitalism. The content of the law, namely the measurement of products by the quantities of labor required to produce them, appeared to Marx as the rational principle of production. As such, it is the law that governs a possible mode of production higher than capitalism. But Marx did not stop at the estimation or adumbration of an end. He ascribed to science the task of proving that capitalism had to pass away and that the outcome of the transition would be precisely a society that could be modeled on the rational principle. The theory of crisis corresponds to the first objective, the attempt to demonstrate that the apparent motion of commodity production is governed by the principle of labor as real cost to the second. Even under capitalism, Marx held, despite the anarchy of the production and distribution of commodities, the same law that will regulate consciously organized production still applies. A few last points. It does not seem to me that recognition of an implicit teleological element in Marx's scientific construction has destructive effects. Quite the contrary, I believe that much useful work can be done on the basis of an understanding of the nature of the tasks Marx assigned to science. Of course, certain claims about a theory of capitalism must be scaled down. 23 Rationally organized production, understood as a purely ideal construction, is undoubtedly a very important reference point in the description of the characteristics of commodity production, especially in the identification of the coexistence of regular functioning and its continuous negation, which lay at the center of Marx's analysis. But a theory of value cannot be deduced from comparison with a system of consciously organized production. In sum, although the idea that capitalism differs from a society in which production is planned can be preserved, the other idea that underlies the labor theory of value, that a rational general law is manifested under capitalism, must be abandoned. Now, if my argument that the discussion must be shifted to analysis of the foundation of Marx's labor theory of value is accepted, then it is clear that any attempt to salvage a role for the labor theory of value through the many mathematical adjustments that have been proposed is pointless and harmful. Pointless because the project embodied in the attempt to obtain prices through a transformation of values can surely never be realized through a meaningless derivation of prices from values. 24 Harmful because defense of the labor theory of value at all costs eventually obscures the fact that Marx used this theory as an instrument for the analysis of capitalism as such, an instrument with particular functions in that analysis. I have tried to demonstrate that these functions can be separated from the labor theory of value and otherwise fulfilled. 25 If those of us for whom Marx provides the principal reference point strive to continue in this direction, a great step forward could be made, for it would then be realized that Marx's fundamental propositions about capitalism can be discussed, and therefore accepted or abandoned, without worrying much about the validity of the labor theory of value.